Welcome. How's it going, everybody? How is everybody doing this morning, evening, night, day, wherever you may be in the world? We all have the same goals when we come on the stream. Private chat, YouTube chat. Is the voice good? Can you guys see the screen right now on your screen? If you guys are new here, you should see live news breaking news headlines to the left side of your screen. And then right now you should just see GJ primarily, and let me know if the volume and everything else is good before we jump into it, We're just going to let people come in, get situated. With the time change in Euro regions, the London Open is actually at 4 a.m. Eastern. It's about 2 hours, 20 minutes from now. So we got a lot of time to look for various intraday and scalp style trades. I always just like to start it a bit earlier so we can really understand and break down what is going on in the markets fundamentally and technically, as well as highlight some key fundamental points, what economic data we should look out for, some of the headlines, and of course, market structure, price action, our intraday analysis, and then start zooming in the time frames to see what potential scalp and intraday trades we can take advantage of. So before we start reviewing how markets have opened up so far to start the week and what market sentiment and investor behavior is looking like, just a few key stream reminders before we start. Okay? Make sure you take the time to read that. If you have any questions technically or fundamentally, do not be shy. Just send it out in the YouTube chat. I will do my best to take the time to answer it to the best of my abilities. Do not ask for direct signals. We do give trade ideas on here, even though wink, wink, it's not financial advice. Wink, wink. We do take great trades on here. I don't want to jinx it and give us our first loss tonight, but it is what it is. The market is the market. Okay, so you have the contact information there right in front of your screen with the stream reminders, right? And now for anybody who always constantly asks before we get into it, and you can always rewind the stream now to the live stream. So the Capital Hungry Twitter, this news streaming terminal to the left is the private news channel just for the Capital Hungry private members, of course. It's a real-time streaming news headline terminal, okay? But the Twitter here, when we're not streaming, still posts a lot of financial headlines related to the economic markets overall. I still post some of the trades I take, analysis, etc. So this is the Capital Hungry Twitter. Make sure you follow that just to get news headlines, a lot of other financial information, reminders about the streams, and so forth. Take the time, please understand. This sounds like Ty Lopez, extremely cheesy, but you gotta learn before you earn. All right. Take the time to watch all these webinars on the Capital Hungry YouTube channel. You have webinars on higher time frame analysis to lower time frame, historical analysis, fundamental concepts, technical concepts, scalping sessions, everything in between, from psychology webinars. So before anybody asks, "Oh, Jeev, how do we contact you?" "Oh, Jeev, do you have any other information you share? You're the best. Only you and a few others share free information. All these other services and mentors, they don't share anything for free. You got to pay $700 for a FIBS course. You got to pay $1,000 for some signals," right? But no, here you have a ton of free resources. So please take the time to view past streams. You'll also understand the flow of these streams a bit better. Watch these webinars. And then the free Telegram analysis chat that I've been running for almost a year and a half, coming up to 2 years now, where you could scroll through this for months, reading about how markets have progressed over the last year and a half through trade wars, political disputes like Brexit, potential real wars with the Iran situation that was going on at the start of the year, and of course, pandemic markets. So you have, of course, the Telegram channel, the YouTube channel, and the Twitter feed there as well. So tons of free resources where you can get a lot of information about the financial markets, and just these stream reminders again. Okay. So now that we talked about the basics, let's look at some of the intraday analysis we were doing in Capital Hungry private channel to see if we can still follow that path, okay? So here, you guys should see a gold chart in front of your screen. Just let me zoom in a bit. For the start of the week, we were expecting gold buyers to push above 1902 with a potential pullback to 1912. And then if the US dollar holds strength, we're looking for sells from a peak 1912 retest or a break below 1897. This was all analysis that was sent on Sunday, okay, to the private channel, but we're just going to review it here as well to see if these bias still stands, our macro intraday bias. Safer buys, higher time frame with a lot of confirms added up would be if the US dollar was bearish. We broke above the 1929 key level and previous intraday highs peaked by buyers where we've seen buyers exhaustion. And of course, we have continued respect on bullish market structure. Right now, we don't have confirms for the safe buys, but we do have the potential to take a squeeze up to 1902. I'm sorry, up to 1912 if we made it above 1902. But so far on gold, you can see our analysis from the start of the week is playing out where we're getting that upside move to create that weekly top wick at 1912. And that would be a peak sell area if we fail to break above 1912, as long as the US dollar can hold strength. And we'll talk about market sentiment as both the US dollar and Japanese yen, being safe haven currencies, are showing some exhaustion. But so far, our gold analysis from the start of the week is playing out. We can see that quick upside move, and we were very close to 1912, just 14 pips off for a potential rejection there. Safer sells would be below 1902 and of course 1897, but we are going to zoom in on the time frames, observing the lower time frame market structure to see if we can get any potential better entry points. But so far, the gold intraday analysis is playing through. Full market update webinar is always sent to the private chat too, but you guys are just getting a teaser of what we've been expecting. So GJ, what we were expecting, GJ, from the start of the week, overall, we were in a sell bias. You can see the bearish market structure highlighted. We still have Brexit uncertainty. Buyers have failed to even retest previous intraday highs and have rejected with nice candle closes below 137.200. And we can notice more impulsive sellers candles on the intraday perspective. Of course, we're still in this tight range with supports at 136.5, higher time frame historical levels. But what we were looking for was a pullback up to around 137, 137.2 area to retest this bearish market structure for the new weekly and then continue our way down. There is still a lot of Brexit uncertainty, and we still have the Japanese yen, which did go to revisit previous intraday highs standalone. So we were looking to play overall sell bias, but just waiting and taking advantage of that pullback first. So you can see the start of the week here on GJ, we did not get the pullback exactly to our retest of bearish market structure, but we did fail to break below 136.5 and get that squeeze up to 137 flat psychological price level. For those of you who don't know about the GBPJPY psychological price levels, they're basically price points following the quarter point theory in between a larger 100 pip ranges, which is basically saying that buyers and sellers react at quarter points between these ranges, which back tested on GJ is at 0.00, 0.00. And this isn't something you can just trust alone. This is something that has been back tested technically, and you use as confluences with other confirms. But if you guys go in your free time on GJ and back test the lower time frame reactions in bullish trending markets or in bearish trending markets at these price points between the large ranges, you will see great reactions, and you are able to use these price points as guides. But anyways, we got a very solid reaction at 137 flat. We did come right back down and correct the upside move, still following bearish market structure with potential to break below 136.500. But with the failure to break 136.5, what we might take advantage of for London session is another squeeze. If we retest 136.5 and fail to break, we do have the potential for another squeeze, as even with this pullback, where the point, yes, this was a nice upside intraday move that we already anticipated ahead of time. But what this pullback does is it generates more sellers order flow into the market from better price points. Order flow can only be generated via a consolidation phase or pullbacks to get better entries and then have enough order flow to break previous highs or at least test previous highs. Okay. So when we had this sell off move and there was not enough sellers order flow to break below 136.5, where we've seen sellers fail to break below there previously as well, just last week during October 20th, what you have is a pullback, which is why we were anticipating this pullback, especially alongside the new weekly wick creation, right? And then you have more seller order flow enter the market to potentially break those lows. What we want to identify now is that pullback in sellers that entered the market still did not have enough order flow or one-sided volatility to break 136.500 just yet, okay? So safer sells from an intraday perspective on GJ would of course be a lower time frame break and retest below 136.500, and then we run it down to that quarter point between these larger ranges to 136.2, 136 flat, and potentially 135.5. But if buyers respect and jump into the market from this key level where we've seen previous reactions on an intraday perspective, and there's not enough sellers order flow to break that low, and we notice that, like, as we can see now, both the US dollar, which is a safe haven currency, and the Japanese yen, which is a safe haven currency, are rejecting previous intraday highs and showing exhaustion. When these safe haven currencies are showing exhaustion or showing more bearish pressure on an intraday perspective, this shows the potential for market optimism. Now, this could just be a pullback as it is off market hours right now. Like, we still have 2 hours till actual London open with the time change in Eurozone. So we don't want to just say US dollar and yen are just bearish right now, as we can just bounce off 92.7 again and then continue the way up. But right now, the US dollar and Japanese yen are showing us buyers exhausting both at previous intraday highs when you look at the dollar index standalone, of course, and the Japanese yen index, right? Which is showing us more market optimism, okay? So if that market optimism holds and we just retest 136.5 and fail to break, we can take that buy squeeze up for that pullback to at least 136.8 and then observe the price action. But what we want to identify is that both our gold analysis so far on a macro perspective, as well as our GBPJPY analysis, is playing out. So we are more in that sell bias. We are more in that sell bias on gold if we get that US dollar strength, if we get that Japanese yen strength, and if we get more market fear in the scene. But as just on GJ, sellers have failed to break 136.500 again. We could potentially take advantage of that another pullback as more order flow and liquidity is needed to have that downside move. And of course, safer sells will be below 136.5. So when we come back to gold and GJ and we zoom in on the 1 minute time frame, now that we understand some areas of interest that we are working with and our main bias, we can start to highlight what confirms we would need for trade ideas. GBP USD, similar idea, where we were expecting a pullback to at least retest bearish market structure, intraday bearish market structure. And as there's still a lot of Brexit negativity, as we still had US dollar strength at that time, we were just a few pips off that retest of the key level on the dot, but we did get that upside move and pullback. Now, GU, we're going to primarily watch our US dollar for confluences, as the US dollar is, of course, the secondary in this quote. And we're going to continue to watch if there's any negative or positive Brexit headlines when we're watching the newsroom. There's not much economic data overnight. There isn't any economic data overnight. It's more during New York session, which we will review as well. But GU is also following our intraday analysis, following our main bias of sells. And we can see that this hourly candle is closing quite weak, potentially below our higher time frame key level. And if we could break this minor bullish structure, which we'll see on the lower time frames, we could take sells right back down 40 pips to at least retest previous lows and run the range down to 1.2985 key level following our macro analysis. Euro USD has just been ranging in this range between 1.18 and 1.8400. We have a lot of indecision on Euro USD specifically because there is Euro's interest rate decision this week. So Euro pairs might have a bit of indecision and technically range for a couple of days until we get the one-sided volatility confirms from the ECB and how they speak on either Euro economic rebound or potential downside risks, which we have to digest when that time comes. But Euro USD, we can see we had this minor lower time frame bearish market structure. Sellers have failed to test or break previous intraday lows. We did create this flat candle body support at around 1.8 flat key level, and we are showing some bullish potential, but we will highlight those trade ideas when we come back to review it. I just want to quickly run through this intraday analysis. USD CAD, we anticipated just the dollar to give us that pullback to start the week and a retest of this bearish structure. And then if we fail to break, to continue the ways down with safer sells below the key levels. You can see again, we didn't peak up right to our sell area. We were only off by a few pips, but we did have that initial upside move. We are showing that exhaustion, but we have this intraday bullish market structure and potential for price to retest key level and then continue its way back up because we have to monitor the US dollar strength over London. So now, and of course, sorry, before we jump into it, and of course, US30, where we were looking for sells below 28K. And then we had that great play below 28K. We're in this bit lower time. We're in this retest of bearish market structure right now, which we'll view on the lower time frame. But now what we want to identify, okay, is that we want to observe our safe haven currencies through London session accordingly. Because if markets are more optimistic and the US dollar does not have enough buyer order flow to retest these previous highs and it runs a sell move down, this will give us more confirms for potential GBP USD buys, Euro USD buys, USD CAD sells, and gold buys, as the inverse correlation between gold and US dollar has been more prominent. Okay, so if the US dollar turns bearish and we actually break above 1912, where we've seen previous rejection, as we have broken above this minor bear structure, and on the lower time frame, we're going to see this bullish market structure developing. So even if we get a pullback and then came back above and broke above 1912, and the US dollar is weak, that would be the confirms to take buys on gold safely above 1912. This would be higher risk, higher reward buys at around 1905, a retest of lower time frame bullish market structure we are going to look at right now. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, just have to adjust the mic. Okay, so some of the key fundamental points you should see on your screen right there. The markets were more fearful through New York session. We could see investor behavior was more on the fear side, as we saw US equities take that hit due to uncertainty around US stimulus. We saw GJ, of course, do that pullback and then continue down due to uncertainty around Brexit. We're seeing global COVID cases are spiking and starting to increase, with the fear around COVID starting to creep back into mainstream media and having an impact on financial markets. So that was the primary sentiment, of course, through New York session. And London continued that move as well, but we do have the potential for pullbacks if we notice just through London session that the US dollar and Japanese yen are softer and global equities show some strength. Of course, as we had that market fear, we had that fall off on global equities sort of across the board. You could see Euro equities, for example, just using the German DAX as a guide. Australian equities, China was starting to exhaust previous highs. Japanese yen is in this neutral range. The Nikkei, the Japanese Nikkei is in this neutral range. Japanese equities, US30, Dow Jones took that dip. UK FTSE 100 has shown that uncertainty as well because of the mixed tensions around Brexit. So if we have global equities continue down through London session, and then US dollar come back to revisit these highs, and Japanese yen show some more bullish potential as well, that will show us that that fear sentiment from New York is going to continue on as we have that global economic uncertainty. So if we notice that the US dollar is bullish, Japanese yen is showing more bullish potential, global equities like the Dow Jones, which is retesting some lower time frame bearish market structure right now, which we will look at in the 1 minute. If this rejects, as we've seen more of a seller's impulsive move, and this is looking like more corrective action to generate more seller order flow into the market and then continue the way down, if we reject at this point, then I could see higher potential to just take the GU shorts below 1.30200, GJ shorts below 1.136.500. If the US dollar gains strength, it would be more ideal to get gold sells at either a 1912 retest or below 1902. We're going to zoom in on the structure. And of course, Euro USD sells at a potential retest of key level 1.8400. But as of right now, it is looking like the US dollar is exhausting at its previous intraday highs, which I already discussed, similar to the Japanese yen. We do not have too many economic events on the docket. We have nothing through London and Euro session. We just have the US durable goods and US consumer confidence report during New York. What we want to be aware of when you watch the news headlines to the left is we do have some European Union speakers overnight from Germany and other parts of Europe, but nothing else too crazy. We're just going to be observing price action, market structure, and any reactive headlines regarding Brexit or COVID spikes in countries accordingly to see how investors are digesting that information. But now let's look at gold. Let's look at these pairs on the lower time frame to start mapping out some trade ideas and then see what confirms we would need. So this is what I was looking at on the hourly, of course, but on the lower time frame, you can see it much better. Is this lower time frame bullish market structure that is being respected? Okay. So if the US dollar continues flat, and you can see the respect we're getting to around 1907 here too, this medium term zone. If we get a retest and failure to break this lower time frame structure, come back above 1907, we could take this 50 pip squeeze to at least test 1912. Okay, so let's see what we would need for those lower time frame confirms to take that. So to visualize, as we watch the buyers and sellers strength when price does come, if even if we just jump up here and just start ranging around and then have the pullback to around 1907 in the structure and come back above, I could see that buy squeeze up to follow our intraday analysis and test 1912. If we fail to break the bullish structure, remain above 1907 medium zone, we're seeing some lower time frame reactions here, and as well as the dollar at that time is bearish. Okay. So we just want to play this current lower time frame bullish structure and understand we have had a break of above that intraday bearish structure in respect to 1902 higher time frame key level to be used as a support in area for more buy or order flow to enter the market. So we're just going to extend this structure, and we're getting new lower time frame highs made by buyers. So even if we peak up, come back down, retest, and then get those confirms of market structure holding, the buys up to 1912 is at least 50 pips. Safer sells would be the dollar ends up turning bullish. That's why the safer sells, I would wait for a break below 1902, just because we're seeing the potential for the US dollar to do quite a strong pullback here as buyers are exhausting, showing us that money is coming out of the safe haven currencies and going into more riskier investments like risk currencies as well as global equities. So we could get that pullback potential for London session as buyers have exhausted at previous intraday highs, both on Japanese yen as well as the US dollar, down to like 92.75. Or if we get that squeeze down to 92.75 to test these previous intraday lows, that downside move on the US dollar and investors moving their money out of the US dollar will show us higher potential for GU buys, EU buys, gold buys, and USDCAD sells, as well as US equity buys as markets are looking more optimistic. But for gold, this is what we have highlighted so far. It would be ideal to get a pullback to retest the structure and then take those buys up. But we still have 2 hours till actual London Open. Or if we retest 1912, fail to break, this is higher risk sell areas, but you do not have as many confirms, hence it's higher risk because you're going against current bullish lower time frame structure and bullish momentum. So the safest sells would be rejecting there, shifting into lower time frame bearish structure, breaking this minor bullish structure, coming below key level 1902 where we've seen this rejection and this area was used as a support prior. So coming below that and retesting would show us that area being used for seller order flow. The dollar turns bullish, which if there is any market fear and the dollar turns bullish, of course, then we'll take that 50 pip squeeze down from 1902 to 1897, where we've seen previous great reactions in the lower time frame as well. It would be a nice target point there. Okay, so everybody understand what we are patiently waiting for by looking at the market sentiment, investor behavior of the US dollar, and understanding the inverse correlation of the US dollar and gold has been more prominent. And then this is the potential buy option by highlighting the lower time frame bullish structure, a break of this minor bearish structure, price using 1902 as support. This is the sell option. Once price does come to these areas of interest, we will zoom in and start watching the lower time frame price action and confirms of potential entry points. But for the time being, now we're just going to patiently wait. So and also, as I'm giving out trade ideas and we're doing intraday and lower time frame analysis across like 6 pairs, obviously I can't observe everything at once. I'm personally probably only going to take a trade on one of these pairs out of the 5 or 6, but because a lot of these pairs move fairly similar in the sense that you have a risk currency versus safe haven, or they're heavily dependent on market fear or greed, it's still good to give these trade ideas and do analysis and observe how money is flowing through the entire market, because it teaches you a lot and it also provides more variety for people who are watching too, right? But that's what we're looking for on gold. Does that make sense? Any questions in the private chat? Alex, what's good? What's good, everybody? Good morning, Brian. Morning, AJ. Adonis, that W, so gold makes sense. Exactly. You look at currency indexes in equities because it tells you about investor behavior. For example, when you had mass market fear, you will notice that your safe haven currencies are more bullish, right? And then your risk currencies are more bearish and your equities are more bearish. So when you had coronavirus fears first hit the market, you would understand that all XXX JPY pairs for an extended period of time or XXX USD pairs were bearish as the US dollar and as the Japanese yen had so much liquidity entering them due to market fear, right? You will notice that when coronavirus pandemic hit the market, those pairs, it doesn't matter if it's AUD USD, doesn't matter if it's GBP JPY, doesn't matter what it was. They all followed that same tone because smart money is moving through these currencies as a collective. So when you go to GBP USD, right? And let's just say you go on the daily here. See this crash? So during this crash, yes, you're looking at the higher time frame, but what do you have on the intraday and on the lower time frames during this crash? You have bearish market structure, right? This crash due to the coronavirus pandemic increasing the liquidity into the safe haven currencies and that market fear can be seen across AUD USD. It can be seen at AUD JPY. It can be seen on NZD JPY. It can be seen on GBP, on Euro USD. All right, the same idea of that crash and recovery. So when you're observing these currencies, you're not just looking at any currency index. We're looking at the US dollar and Japanese yen because it shows us investor behavior based on market fear or market optimism. But obviously that looks like a waste of time to you because, YouTube chat got low IQ. That probably went over your head as well, but I don't blame you because you're probably just trading support and resistance. But hey, we're all here to learn. We're all here to grow. If you're trading, you're probably looking at the charts anyways. So to scan and look at equities quickly for 2 seconds and understand what it's telling you about investor behavior is very useful, right? And of course, if you understand market correlations. But the private channel has no issues with this stuff because we got 200 plus educational webinars on these concepts. So we use these real world fundamental and economic concepts to help give us more confirms with our trade ideas. That's why for gold, close gold by accident. I'm gonna have to put it back up. But that's why for gold, that's on a macro perspective. No, we're watching the dollar on the same time frame that we're trading on. This isn't the dollar on the yearly chart. This is the dollar on the hourly. That same perspective can be used on a micro scale. Like for example, when you had those sell off, when you had that massive sell off on across those pairs, well, for that period of 3 weeks to a month, you were just playing easy sells. You're waiting for pullbacks and you're playing sells. It was probably higher probability for you to play sells, understanding that market sentiment. You know, gain God duty, right? So that's why. So now when we can watch the US dollar Japanese yen strength on an intraday perspective, look, when the US dollar right now for the last few hours has been bearish, what did gold do for the last couple of hours? Right? What did Euro USD do? Because it's inverse. What did USDCAD do? So obviously, if you can understand the market structure and the price action on the dollar standalone, you can have more confluences with your intraday and scalp trades. But like I said, YouTube chat is very low IQ, so I don't expect people to digest these topics right away. It takes time. You don't have to inverse the. You don't have to inverse the dollar chart. Just understand that it's inverse. You don't actually have to flip the picture of the dollar chart. I know some of you are following, but anyways, so that's why if we get a pullback to this lower time frame structure, right? If we fail to break that and remain above this price sensitivity area at 1907, and we notice that the dollar is still bearish heading down, this is more confirms that we're playing with the market sentiment and with the trend, the current trend, to take those buys up from 1907 to 1912. And then you can check off these confirms. Did we get the pullback to the lower time frame bullish structure? Did we fail to break below? Did we stay above 1907 price sensitivity area? Was the dollar index also bearish, showing us US dollar weakness? And we know the inverse correlation between gold and the US dollar is more prominent. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, we have more reason to execute on that trade and put probabilities in our favor and have more confidence, right? That was a nice retail. Okay, this guy distracted me from the GJ buys. Look at, so this is what I was going to talk about on GJ. Okay, let me mute myself so I can type it. Actually, let me talk about it. First, we see that sellers exhaustion at these exact 1 minute low points. All right. We can also highlight this lower time frame bearish market structure, which we have broken above, and we can start to highlight lower time frame bullish market structure. You can look at, yeah, you can, but why are you watching me then? You're watching me while you're trading. Fuck. And you better not be one of those guys who talks all this, and then I ask you to send the last trade you took, and it's a 0.05 lot on like Euro GBP. But anyways, so let's highlight this price sensitivity area as well. So what we can see on GBP JPY is some minor lower time frame bullish market structure starting to develop, and price failing to break below 136.500 for now. So the safer buy squeeze on GJ, 20 pips up to 136.800, would be that's good, duty. I bet your last trade was like a 0.05, but you're here to give advice, you know? I'm just joking around, man. No, I don't mind. I don't mind when like trolls and stuff come. Trust me, a lot of the people that talk in these chats would not be able to be in the same position as me, talking to hundreds of people publicly and giving them information about the financial markets as well as trading and providing trade ideas. You feel me? So it's easy to sit behind a screen and say, "Oh, how come you're doing this? Why are you doing that? I do this. He does that." But it's a lot harder to present yourself in front of hundreds of people, have confidence, put your balls on the line, provide information, and do it over and over again. You know. So, and plus, this guy's just lonely, so it's all good. If people are lonely, that's one of the reasons to come here. The FTSE 100, very similar to like the US Dow Jones, is the UK's equity market. So what would that tell us if the UK equity markets are bullish? What would that tell us about investor behavior in the UK? It's more positive, right? Markets are more optimistic. So if yen doesn't break these previous highs, if the equity markets are more bullish over London session, and if we fail to break below these lows in respect structure and have these confirms, we can take that 20 pip scalp up, playing the lower time frame price action here, right? Our confirms would be that we fail to break these lows or at least test these lows where we've seen previous reaction and rejection by sellers in the lower time frame. We continue to respect this lower time frame bullish structure. We fail to break below 136.5 and we come and break above these 1 minute highs. We can take that 20 pip squeeze up to the 0.800 psychological price level, right? And then the sell option we highlighted would obviously be if we had a clean break and retest below 136.5. It's 20 pip scalps for potential entries, but it can extend a lot longer if you actually observe the market sentiment, right? Because let's just say that there's a headline that comes out that switches equity flow and switches safe haven currency flow, then you're going to be the one crying when your 2 pip stop loss on your 0.03 lot gets taken out and it crashes your $40 account, right? You're going to be crying. But when you actually play with real money and you actually risk real money in the markets, you want to have as many confirms and knowledge and understanding of what's going on in the markets as possible. But when you're trading $100 accounts, $200 accounts, trading penny lots, you might not care as much because it's just low amounts of money. You could go work at McDonald's and make that money, which is like you're still on your journey. But once you get to the point where you're dealing with real money, you're going to want to have as much information on your side as possible, or have your confirms that you use and line up, right? So that's why we have this $1,000 a month use terminal. That's why we use this economic data, right? So yeah, gold, we're waiting for that pullback. GJ, we would only take safe sells. And also, these aren't just scalps, right? Because these are just entry points that can be possibly extended into intraday trades as well. So you do want to observe what's happening in the real world markets. For example, if you're a professional athlete, a professional soccer player, a professional football player, whatever it may be, you wouldn't only focus on one aspect of your sport. If you want to be a professional in your sport and have as a bigger edge on the next person, your competition, then of course you're going to want to learn as much as you can and refine your skill set as much as you can. Usually the people who find a lot of this information intimidating or too much, it's just that for them, right? It's very hard to process and digest. It's very hard to process and digest. It's hard to learn new things. So yeah. So anyways, that's what we're looking for on GJ. Safer buy scalps above this break of 1 minute highs. Sorry, I didn't read the chat. The low IQ, yo, if you're trading financial markets, do not get hurt by trolls or people saying mean words to you. Okay, you're trading the most corrupt markets in the world. No, we're not just looking for a 20 pip scalp. This is just a potential range where we're going to watch reactions first if we do get there, and then we're going to observe price action to see if we get these confirmed and we're in that trade, do we have reasons to extend that? Okay. Why is the Japanese yen and the Nikkei negatively correlated? No, the Japanese yen is a safe haven currency. When there's mass market fear or any market fear in Asian markets, you're gonna have more liquidity inflow into your safe haven currencies. The currencies and the equity markets are two different entities. Because when there's market fear, your equities drop because investors are losing their faith, right? Yeah. So it's not there is not a positive correlation. There's not a positive correlation between the Japanese yen, that currency, and the Japanese equities. There's no correlation between that. Okay. No, the US dollar is also the reason I watch the US dollar and the Japanese yen is because they're both safe haven currencies. The US dollar is also a safe haven currency. The main safe haven currencies, the three ones, are the US dollar, Japanese yen, and Swiss franc. Okay. So when I look at equities, I'm not dissecting this or going crazy. It's just to get a quick glance of how investor behavior is looking. When I'm looking at the US dollar, Japanese yen, it's to get a quick glance of how investor behavior is looking, how their risk appetite is, right? So yeah, GJ, we might get that squeeze up soon. Pre London is in 30 minutes, and then actual London Open is 4 a.m. Eastern. So we still got time. We still got like 2 or 3 hours to take some nice trades with good confirms. All right. So now GU. These guys want GU. We can see some nice lower time frame bullish market structure that is starting to develop. So the safer buy scalps on GU up to these potential previous intraday highs, but at least we're gonna have to watch the reaction of this bearish market structure. Would be, of course, similar to the GJ. How did you know about the big drop on US30 yesterday? Oh, from this analysis? Are you talking about this? How do we know it's gonna drop below like main bias sells? Because of the uncertainty around US stimulus and COVID case spikes in the US. There's still no deals around US stimulus, which is the coronavirus relief for the US citizens. And there's still a ton of people with jobs lost, and coronavirus cases are spiking in North America. What's this guy want? Okay, so that's why once we had a clean break below 28K higher time frame key level, the volatility index was also bullish. You can see here, no stimulus deal. There's no lockdowns in the USA yet, but cases are spiking. And then we had these confirms for safer sells. Similar to how we're creating trade ideas now on the lower time frame, we do the same thing on the intraday, right? So yeah, that's how we knew. And the bearish market structure and those fundamental reasons coming towards the end of the month as well, where you have institutions do their end of month rebalancing of flows, and you usually do see some pullbacks towards the end of the month. And of course, we have US elections around the corner, which have brought more uncertainty to US markets. Yes, sir. Oh shit, sorry about that. Yeah, you can't. You guys can't be soft. If trolls come in here and they talk shit about me, you guys don't have to defend me. I'll just answer their questions. We don't really kick people or anything like that. We're trading corrupt ass financial markets. You know what I mean? no matter what you do in life, you could be the nicest person on the planet. People are still there's still going to be somebody that hates on you. It doesn't matter what you do, right? And at the end of the day, these people are watching. So, but yeah, let's see what we need for if we can get a pullback to retest bullish market structure and get a break and retest above 1.304. I would start to take that, squeeze up 20 pips to 306 and see if we can break higher. Because we have seen potentially more optimistic Brexit headlines that prevented the break of previous intraday lows on like GJ or GU, and we are noticing some lower time frame bullish market structure, as well as currently the US dollar is also fairly flat. So if the US dollar also makes its way down to 92.7, UK equities continue their rebound up, GU respects bullish structure and also comes above 1.304 higher time frame key level, that's a lot of confirms to take that scalp up with that current structure. So US30 since New York yesterday, or since London yesterday when we did a private session, and when we did a private session in the Capital Hungry chat London session yesterday, this lower time frame bearish market structure has been respected. You can see from this impulsive sell move down of about 600 points, we've had about a 50% correction in a retest of this structure. So if markets are more fearful through London session, we have potential to revisit these lows. We would need to remain above 27,800 in this bearish market structure to revisit 28K, where we can see this previous price sensitivity area and our higher time frame key level. Okay, so this so far has looked like a corrective phase of this overall bearish market structure and sellers impulsive move we have seen, as we do have lows created, uncertainty with US stimulus. We still have that uncertainty with US stimulus. Markets were more fearful through New York session. We do have that uncertainty around US elections, and we are coming towards the end of the month. We just want to observe price action accordingly. I would only take safer buys on Dow Jones if we came back above 28K. Otherwise, if we respect this lower time frame bearish market structure and we break below this price sensitivity area here in the 1 minute, we do have stronger potential to revisit these lows, about 350, 400 points. Okay. So overall, with the uncertainty around North American markets, how we've seen sellers impulsive plays through New York and Asian session, besides this corrective phase, of course, and how we're still respecting lower time frame bearish market structure. If we have that market fear continue through the London session, I do see the potential for a sell below 27,720 here, down to test these minor zones and potentially previous low. GJ is just playing around right now, around the key level in about this 10-15 pip range. What happened? What's going on here? What's going on? Yeah, if you're tired, just get some rest. We should stay sharp. Don't forget about our mental reminders. Bam. Stay smart. Stay smart. Follow your risk management plan. Follow your long-term vision. Keep emotions out. Private chat, you guys know that. You guys know that. You guys know that exactly. Private chat knows it. All right. No economic events over London or Euro session, just the stuff during NY session. So we're just primarily going to watch these key fundamental points and the newsroom to the left here with the real-time streaming headlines. And we are looking for these trading ideas. This is what we're looking for on gold. To quickly review, because we see this lower time frame bullish market structure developing, a break above the bearish structure, more buyer control with potential to go up to 1912. If we get a pullback to this lower time frame bullish structure, a support created at 1907, and the dollar is still bearish through London session, then we have higher potential for those gold buys up to 1912. All right. If Dow Jones goes up to 28K, that would show me a lot more bullish potential, and that would be fully correcting this downside impulsive move where we saw this order block and order generation area from 28K, respecting bearish market structure. So if we had that full upside move to 28K, it would show that that move has been canceled out and we have more market optimism. Okay. But right now you can see that the probability of retesting 28K currently isn't looking as strong, as we still have these lows created by sellers. This is more corrective upside action and just a pullback, and we are rejecting around bearish market structure retest that we have highlighted on the lower time frame. Right, so that's what we're looking for on gold. We're patiently waiting. This would be the safe sell option. We got hours. We got like 3 hours. All right, everybody needs to relax. And once we obviously get here, we'll observe. This is what we're looking for on GJ. GJ might set up soon with this pullback here and how it's failed to break 136.5 again. If this comes back above and quick break and retest, we can start taking those scalps above there. So keep an eye on GJ. That might give us a squeeze soon, as well as GU even. GU might not give us this full pullback to structure, so it might give us a quick break and retest squeeze as well. So keep an eye on that if you're trading GU. And GJ, keep an eye on that if you're going to take the GJ squeeze. Euro USD, very similar to GBP USD. In the sense that we have a lower time frame bullish market structure starting to develop, and we do have a break of this bearish market structure, which you can see highlighted from New York session, played very well from this peak sell point. You have a lower high point that was connected here, and then as we started noticing sellers exhaustion and sellers failing to break below the previous low, as well as the US dollar losing strength, we could see that we've had a break above this market structure as well as these previous 1 minute highs. So what would be ideal is if we extend this structure out, getting a retest of these 1 minute highs would be higher risk buys, and then coming above 118,400 would be the safer buys. If the US dollar is bearish overnight, markets are more optimistic. If there's any positives around Brexit headlines, if there's any positive around Euro and US trade talks, if we notice UK and Euro equities start to show some bullish rebound as well as US futures, this would be that safer buy option. I have a lot 12K. I don't know. I can't even read that. God damn. All right, so let me read some of the Zoom chat, the refugee chat. Yeah, don't worry. We're just mapping out trade ideas. We've already reviewed some analysis, right? We've already reviewed our interest. So you guys can always rewind the stream to the start and then play through it to see the trade ideas as well. But we've already reviewed our intraday analysis from Capital Hungary. We've already looked at some of the key fundamental points that are in play right now. We understand the economic events going on tonight and what's impacting us. We've done our mental reminders. We're mentally prepared. Now, by understanding our intraday analysis, market structure, price action, and sentiment, we're mapping out trade ideas and then waiting for those trade ideas to execute on while we continue to watch market sentiment, while we continue to watch our news headlines and so forth. Okay. GJ, oh man, keep an eye on GJ. It looks like it's setting up if we get that break above 136.58 area, but it's just in this about 10 pip range. Okay. Dollar still running fairly bearish. Pre-London in 18 minutes, and then London open at 4 a.m. Eastern. All right, so let's see the questions here. So I answered that one. Yeah, don't take the low IQ chirp seriously. I'm just here to provide you guys value and information through my perspective and lens of the financial markets we trade. And of course, we banter with each other, we talk shit. It's not a big deal. We're adults here. We're trading corrupt financial markets. It's okay, all right? I answered that question about Japanese yen and Japanese equities. Anybody want to be your mentor in trading? Markets are vicious, they will eat you alive. I answered that. To what extent do you incorporate fundamental factors into your what extent do you incorporate fundamental factors into your analysis? So we look at any economic events that we have throughout the week, like in Capital Hungary. obviously you guys don't have to follow this. This is just a systematic approach we follow. But we first, once we do all our weekly recap and mentor reminders, some of the economic information we use is first understanding what economic data and notable events have took place that is impacting the financial markets, right? Then we look at what political speakers and central bank activities that are going on that will impact financial markets and how. Then, of course, market sentiment by looking at global equities, the US dollar, Japanese yen, and volatility index. And then putting this information together about investor bias, economic data, macro investor sentiment, and what's really happening in the financial markets alongside higher time frame key levels, market structure, price action, and other technical cues. Okay, so that's mainly what I use as per fundamental factors: is economic data, investor behavior cues, and what is really happening in the markets live. Okay. How do you select entries? If you guys want more information about entries and other technical or fundamental information, just watch the previous live streams here, as well as the scalping series on the YouTube. This is all free information. You have webinars on psychological, fundamental, and technical concepts here. And I can explain it now, and I can obviously explain it when a real situation comes to light and we're executing on a trade. But what we do is just map out the trade ideas we're looking for, and then on the lower time frame, look for our price action signals just like you would on any other time frame, and then just execute once you have those confirms lining up, right? But if you want more detail on like exactly what we look for, just please watch these various webinars. You have the Scalping 101, which is a 4-part series. You have all these previous price action sessions. Anybody who's been on the streams the last 5 or 6 times, we haven't taken. I probably just jinxed us, and we're gonna take a huge loss tonight. But we haven't taken a loss yet, and everything has been explained and broken down in these as well. And of course, you can go to the Capital Hungry free analysis chat, and then the Capital Hungry Twitter's there. Okay, so now GJ, I think we're gonna get higher potential for a break of this bearish bullish structure and a break below key level. I don't want to jinx it yet, but we are just in this tight range and seeing very strong buyers exhaustion at these 1 minute highs and at that price point over and over again. So let's just see, quickly zoom out here. The hourly is also looking quite bearish. I would need this hourly to close above 0.500 or close bullish to show us more bullish potential. But let's just see how it closes in the next 14 minutes and how pre-London grabs liquidity. But regardless, we're still waiting. We're still waiting for these confirms for either or. Okay. Gold is starting to give that pullback, so it might pull back a bit deeper here, come retest structure, pop back up, and then we could take that squeeze if it does retest structure and hold here. And also, let's just see how the new hour runs in 14 minutes and how pre-London actually opens up. GBPUSD, similar idea where we want a pullback to retest this lower time frame bullish market structure. You can see we have highlighted, and then a break above our key level, and we can start taking the scalp buys up as long as GBP shows us that strength through London session, and we notice our safe haven currencies are weaker, and we notice that more buyer strength when we're just observing this pair overall. Euro USD, we're seeing similar structure to GBP USD as we have US dollar as a secondary. USD CAD, I don't see anything too significant to take advantage of in this range. So we're just going to stay off that. And Dow Jones, I see potential for sells below these 1 minute lows. Sorry, below this 1 minute price sensitivity area where you can see we're having this flat candle body support below around 27,720. Because if we fail to break above these 1 minute highs in bearish market structure and come below these 1 minute flat candle body support at 27,720, that shows me more potential to respect this current lower time frame bearish structure and revisit these lows at 27,350. GJ looks like that 15-minute candle that just opened up 3 minutes ago was just grabbing liquidity to the downside. Hopefully, this is all buyer side liquidity to get that breakout and take that 20 pip squeeze. It would be ideal for a scalp, and then see if we can extend it if the price action and market structure allows so. You're welcome for the analysis on US30. Gold, yes, coming back to retest. The quarter point theory, yes. I'm looking to back test it on Euro USD as well on other pairs, but it's a real long process to back test these technical concepts. Like the GJ one took like at least a year, but I was for sure wanting to do that. Pullback on gold and then confirm for buys. Yes, we're looking for the pullback on this nice lower time frame bullish market structure that is holding. Remain pullback or come back above 1907. Dollar continue bearish over London, pre-London and London session, where right now it is just in a bit of an indecisive range. Overall, dollar is bearish higher time frame, but this bullish upside move on the dollar and this upside move on the yen has caused that market has shown us that market fear started to pick up. But what we want to identify is even with that upside move, we have still failed to break previous highs by buyers and exhausted at those same price points when we're looking at our safe haven currencies standalone. As per headlines, it's not even pre-London or London yet, but there hasn't been anything too significant. These are real-time streaming headlines to the left here, of course. Just doing a quick glance at global equities. And then let's just keep an eye on GJ for now, which might give us a setup soon. But right now it's just playing in this range. Okay, so GJ. Current 30-minute on GJ. Current 30-minute GJ closed bearish engulfing. Do you sell would work on a pullback upside? Where were you looking to sell, Vikram? So, Jeev, can you please explain why GJ and GU have almost the exact same market structure? Because just because the yen is closed and the US dollar is open doesn't mean that the trading of these financial instruments stops globally. Okay? Right? It does not mean that the trading of these financial instruments stops globally. These instruments are still always being traded by investors, institutions, machines around the whole world. And the US dollar and Japanese yen are both safe haven currencies. Okay, so that's why when you have GBP as the primary and a safe haven currency as a secondary, there's higher probability that intraday structure is going to be very similar on those two. Even like how EU and GU is showing us some lower time frame similarities. You want to take gold sells from 1907? So you want to take sells more higher risk. That's not higher risk, but you want to take the break of structure and a break of these 1 minute lows. Fahad. That's a probable trade as well, because you would still have the confirms at a break of structure and a break of this 1 minute price sensitivity area. And if the dollar shows strength, but I would personally wait for a break below the key level as well. I know it feels like you missed the move because that's 50 pips down, but when gold is moving, it runs these 100 pip ranges quite easily, and I would see that squeeze down as higher probability. But yeah, I see what you're saying. That's a good idea as well. Can see what I love about the lower time frame, specifically the 1 minute, is you can identify, depending on your trade style, whether it's scalp, intraday swing, you can identify areas of interest and areas of react and in areas where buyers and sellers are reacting almost to the exact price point, right? Similar to like GJ, we can see the amount of rejections and buyers exhaustion at 136.5, and now it looks like we might have the potential to take this sell scalp down as we are starting to break this minor structure, but we still need the confirms of a break below 136.500, and I want to see how this hourly candle closes in 7 minutes. If we could get this hourly candle to close below, then pop back up, that would be more ideal to take that squeeze. But right now we're just hovering around the key level. And dollar's just doing a bit of a minor pullback here. And we already have our trade ideas mapped out anyways of what we would need for safer sells and buys with the confirms. So let's just continue answering questions. I answered the question about Dow Jones 28K. Does the new Supreme Court judge affect the market? Not directly unless they change some legal policies. Do we do this in the private channel every day? We do it frequently in the private channel with market update webinars, casual Zoom sessions. Alex answered that. I'm not targeting 10 to 20 on GJ. We target at least 20 to 30 pips. So, and we're looking for a minimum of a 1 to 2, 1 to 3 risk versus reward. We are selling GJ now full margin. You guys gotta relax. We don't have the confirms yet. Shut up, Callie. I like this chat. I like you guys. I like you guys. I like how we can joke around with each other and still provide information, keep each other company. We trade everything. It doesn't matter elections, doesn't matter real world wars, doesn't matter Brexit, donkey. We trade everything. Do you want me to put the YouTube videos in a playlist? Like what? What do you mean? Y'all really jinxed it. Y'all the king jinxers. Man said, watch us push right. It did the opposite. No, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I do not use any indicators. I only use price action, market structure, and the observation of buyers and sellers' strength. Chad, UK 100 for FTSE, NI 225 for the Japanese equities. Yeah. Correct. Oh no, just UK 100 is what I use for UK 100 GBP for FTSE. This guy said, "What? Wait till the 1 minute. GJ about to die right next 1 minute candle." All right. Okay. So this is nice rejections. This is nice rejections on this low. It looks like this is buyer side liquidity for the next London pre-London candle. If we can spike down, create the hourly lower wick, and come back above, we're taking that buy squeeze up. You guys are giving me W's in the chat. All right. This hourly is about to close bullish. I think it's flipping. Multiple rejections and failures to break that bullish lower time frame structure in 136.5 key level. This hourly, I don't want to jinx it. It looks like it's about to close bullish. And let's see if we can get that squeeze out. You guys already took trades? You guys already in trades? I didn't even get it yet. What are you guys saying? Doubled your account. No, I don't want to look at the 1 hour chart. Why? I want to look at price action for entries. Why don't we look at the 1 hour chart? That was the 1 hour chart. I just want to see how the hourly candle's closing. It's closing bullish above 0.500 and above, and still respecting bullish lower time frame structure. I want to look for exact entry point. See how, and see the beautiful thing of how it's rejecting here on the dot right at these 1 minute highs, right? So this hourly candle is closing in 2 minutes. If we can get the following hourly candle, which is the pre-London open, just to quickly grab down, grab liquidity, then come back up, we're taking those buys, baby. All right. Man said Chairman 500. That was a good one, yo. I'm gonna give you an 8 out of 10 for that joke. That was nice. Man said Chairman 500. Dow Jones not giving us our sell confirms and potentially breaking above bearish market structure. Just keep an eye on that. You trade stocks and options. That's interesting that you still come to watch this. It's really, I like people like you that just have curiosity. Tim Buck. I like people like you. I don't think he's serious about the Chairman 500. I think he's joking. All right, so um rejecting right at this high point on a dot, but I do like this bullish impulsive move and how this hourly candle is closing right now in about 8 seconds. So let's just see this pre-London. It would be ideal if pre-London pushes down first and doesn't create an hourly top wick, and then right now, so right now, London pre-London open, it already created a little bit of a top wick. Not that significant of a top wick, so let's just watch how it reacts to 0.500. We're not taking buys just yet. We expected this pullback. Let's see what it does here. Because remember, we rejected here on a dime. So, you know what I mean? It would have been more evident to get that break above. And we still need a break above these 1 minute highs to take our buy scalp. And we don't have the confirms for the sells yet either. This is what you meant. This is what you meant. This is the 1 minute candle you meant. So just be cautious. We're still waiting for our confirms. All right? We don't have either or confirms yet. We are in this 8 pip range. But very interesting to watch the reaction so far. How's the dollar and yen? Dollar's looking a bit bullish now as well. GU's retesting the lower time frame bullish structure, but we still need these safe confirms. I have to go to the washroom really bad. So it's very interesting when we're watching the 1 minute to watch the reactions at these areas of interest and at these price points. So we already discussed the fundamental points. We already know the economic events going on. Our mental reminders so you guys don't crash accounts or rush anything. Stream reminders. And then yeah. Hey, hi, do you have Forex signals? No, I don't. Gold. Boris, gold is what we're looking for. We can identify some lower time frame bullish market structure on gold as the US dollar was flat, and there's a primary and the inverse correlation between the US dollar and gold has been a lot more prominent. Okay, so we could identify that as the dollar was bearish on an intraday perspective over the last hour since the new daily candle open, that gold has respected bullish lower time frame structure and also broken above bearish intraday structure, showing us more buyers momentum. But what would be ideal for us would be getting a clean pullback to retest this structure, coming back above 1907 flat number, and where we've seen this price sensitivity and rejections, and we already have this medium turn identified. Noticing that the US dollar is bearish, and then continuing those buys up, GJ's fault. Holy shit, what are you guys saying? Yo, can you guys relax? Holy, you guys went ape shit. This is 3 pips. But let's see if we get our sell confirmed. Can you guys relax? Yo, you guys had me panic. I was like, yo, GJ melted? Oh man, you guys. Let's just wait. Let's just see, because obviously we didn't get our buy confirms in the safe break above 136.58, and now we are getting the break below 0.500. The hourly is also quite bearish. It's not like we entered anything yet there anyways. So far right now, we are getting the break of the bullish minor structure. We are getting the break below 136.5. No retest yet. We are failing to break the 1 minute highs. Obviously, to take the buys, we needed to see more buyers momentum and a break above those highs, where we've seen previous rejection here on the 1 minute right on a dime, and we didn't get that. So at this point, we are looking for a potential retest and that confirm to take the sells down about 15-20 pips to these previous lows at least. All right, so let's just wait for a pullback, see if we get a retest of structure here. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to delete that. GU as well, similar idea. We're getting the break of the bullish structure, rejecting our key level, and if we get a break and retest below 1.302, we'll take those sells down, but let's just keep an eye on it. We still need the retest. No, this is giving our sell bias. Read this. So right now, as we were watching pre-London and the hour before that, we could see that we are failing to break these 1 minute highs. We are breaking minor bullish structure. We are breaking below 136.5, and dollar is starting to turn back bullish, as well as obviously this will show us more currency, more inflow going into the yen, and UK equities are starting to turn at pre-London right now. Okay, so if we get a retest, that's where we're taking the sells down. So just wait for that retest. We will get a retest of this broken structure in 0.500. Just be patient. Did we get the FTSE bullish right now? No. Did we fail to break minor bullish structure? No, we broke it. Did we fail to break below 136.500? No. And did we break above the 1 minute highs? No. Right? So we didn't have our confirms for the safe GJ sell scalps, but we are getting the confirms for the potential sell scalps once we get that retest of 0.500 psychological price level, and then we can take that like 15 pip squeeze down. All right. Gold, we're retesting around 1907 here. I still want to see if the dollar's just grabbing liquidity for this pre-London open candle and turns bearish again. Because remember, London session, actual London open isn't for another 53 minutes, right? So we still got time. Everybody, I know watching that's one thing. Let's talk about the psychology. Watching the 1 minute and scalping, you can really get your heart racing, palms sweaty, knees weak, mom spaghetti, right? You can really feel that way and start to get anxious and anxiety, but understand that we are mapping out trade ideas, waiting for those confirms, and patiently waiting to execute on those confirms. Okay, we are also watching the market for about 3 to 4 hours, And we're looking for a scalp just to begin. Okay? So the US dollar's picking up some strength right now. Don't worry, we will get our retest for London Open or pre-London or the potential to take a scalp. Gold is coming back to retest the lower time frame bullish market structure as we expected anyways, and this is what we need for the safe sells. So let's just watch the reactions. Don't take an entry now as it's falling, please. EU is potentially breaking the bullish structure as it's coming a bit deeper here. Let me just zoom in here. And this is what we need for the safe buys. Safe sells, we're still waiting for the break below the low. GU, similar idea to GJ. We're waiting for a potential retest of 1.302 here. And then come back down to revisit these lows on the 1 minute, which is about a 30 pip range down. London Open, because I think daylight savings time in Euro and UK regions, it's an hour ahead now. It's at 4 a.m. Eastern. So we didn't get the confirms for our EU buys, of course. Gold just reacting at the bullish structure for now. Pretty much on the dot. Let's see how this reaction goes. If we come back above 1907, we're taking those buys. Fucking crazy reaction there, eh? Told just don't start selling it. Like, I know somebody tried to sell it on that candle. It's not a good idea. But we still need these confirms. If we come back above. That was a nice pullback to the structure though so far. Don't enter at just the break yet, because it could do another quick double bottom, then come back up. Unless you like to enter at the breakouts. I like to enter at the retest personally. Euro USD is just sort of stalling around the bearish market structure, a bullish market structure retest. Equity still rejecting bearish structure. Dollar could just be grabbing liquidity to turn bearish. This could just be a pre-London liquidity grab and then turns back around to continue down to 92.755. Let's look at the lower time frame on the dollar. Fam, you guys see that? Getting a minor break of structure, but you can see these price sensitivity areas right here. US30 dropping like it's hot, but the safer sells are below these 1 minute flat candle body support at 27,720. GJ, as we're starting to get a break of our minor bullish structure, we're getting a break below 136.5. And as UK equities rejected previous highs and are starting to turn a bit bearish now, we're looking for a retest of 0.500. But I don't know, man. Just like, see the amount of bounces we've had here. I don't know. This could be a deep liquidity grab. The amount of bounces we have here. This, like, you get what I'm saying? This could be a deep liquidity grab. Just look at the left on these 1 minute reactions. This is pretty much here too, right? You guys see this? So we have to be very careful with this pullback to 0.500, because if we come back above, we're taking the buys. Sorry, because this is looking like a, I don't know, this is looking like a deep liquidity grab unless we reject right at 0.500. Just because normally it would be ideal if we had the lows created at 0.200, right? If this came down to here and created the lows, that would be a better guide of lows to visit. But as we've rejected at this price point multiple times now and in this area on the 1 minute, it's still looking a bit iffy. But still, let's let's just watch the reaction if we do come up to 0.500 here, okay? Where's my thing? Yeah, let's just watch the reaction here if we do come up. That was a quick retest on GU. GU looks like it's about to dump if it breaks this 1 minute low, but we're still going to see if we can get a little bit of a deeper retest. Trade idea for UCAD. You didn't even send it, bro. Oh, you sent it. Safe sells that retest of that structure, break below that low. That makes sense if the dollar turns bearish now. But dollar's looking quite bullish on the 30 minutes, so just keep an eye on if we break out of this structure and retest. Okay, so that's what I was talking about, not to take buy entries right away there, because this looks like a nice little potential double bottom. If we break above these 1 minute highs in 1907, we could take that squeeze up. All right, don't take any entries here yet. We're still just in this first, we're still just getting this phase where yes, we have the pullback to lower time frame structure. Yes, we have the failure to break below for now. We still need price back above 1907, and I need the dollar to turn bearish. All right. I still need the dollar to turn bearish and come above 1907. Not like this candle flip bearish, but at least start to see some rejections and some pullback on this 30-minute candle. All right. I gotta go to the washroom, so you guys keep an eye on these trade ideas. But we do not have the confirms for gold buys just yet. And our safe sells are going to be below 1902. Euro is just hovering around. It can still pop back up. We're just going to keep an eye on it as it's still pre-London. And Dow is just playing around, going up and down 20 points. Who said, why did you guys say Dow is dropping? Like, this is we're on the 1 minute charts as well. This is only 30 points. Not even like, it's only 30 points up and down. You guys, man, you guys gotta relax. We didn't even get any nice trades. We didn't get anything. Even this GJ move, like, it's only 8 pips, 9 pips. Yeah, it's a quick scalp, actually, 10 pips. Holy, a lot of talking. Okay, so new 15-minute candles. Let's see if we get a pullback on this 15. Yes, we're getting the pullback right now. We failed to break below for now, but we still might break below. We do not come above. We did not come above 1907. Dollar still looking bullish. Dollar looks like it's going to revisit these highs if it breaks above this minor zone here, which it is. It's looking like it's about to revisit those highs. Yeah, I gotta go to the washroom, right? We need nice signs of rejection at 136.5 because this could be a deep liquidity grab, all right? Who's singing? How come I can't hear? How come I can't hear the Zoom? All your mics are muted in the Zoom chat. Yeah, so no economic events overnight, just the stuff during NY session. No major headlines yet that are shifting or causing any mass volatility. We're just playing the structure. We did get a break. We did get a failure to break 1 minute highs, impulsive break below minor bullish structure, and a break below 136.5. We're just seeing if we can get a retest, exhaustion, and rejections to take the sells back down. But gold, we're seeing if we can come back above 1907 to take the 50 pip squeeze up to 1912. GU's giving us that deeper retest of structure as well. EU starting to break structure. US30 is just messing around. Safer sells below 27,720. You guys like that be right back sign? Yeah. Look at that shit. Look at that shit pop up in the corner. Fuck, man. I'm artistic. It's looking like dollars has strength, Japanese yen has strength, and equities are going to be weaker. It's looking like market fear is going to continue, meaning GJ, GU, EU sells, gold sells. But I'll be back now. Yeah, after every 60 to 90 minutes, I need a quick washroom break so I don't fucking shit my pants. All right. No, I don't smoke when I'm trading or looking for trades. So as I went to take a shit, I pull up my Telegram and I got a hate message. All right. And obviously, I don't care. I've been getting hate for like the stupidest shit, even though I do a lot of stuff for free and provide a lot of resources for the longest time. But anyways, this gave me a good talking topic for the chat and a real good mindfucker riddle. Okay, so this person said, if if um if you're so great, all this blah 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 blah, such a great trader, why do you charge a monthly fee for this private chat and all this information and all that stuff, right? Why not just do it for free? Why not do it out of the goodness of your heart? Blah blah blah. Even though everybody's time and effort and their skill set has value, but now to counteract that, without even talking about trading, without even talking about me, without even talking about capital hungry, I'm gonna ask all of you a question. All right, ready? Name me anything in our common earth. Name me anything in our modern society, anything that is not monetized or there's not money being made off of it. Even though we have all these great, kind people in this earth, all people have such great hearts. How name me one thing in that is not monetized? Gold potentially breaking lower here. Nothing. Name me one thing on this earth that is not monetized. One thing, anything. It can be an emotion, it can be an item, it can be anything. So I'll give you guys 5 minutes for that. Even YouTube streams are monetized. Like you guys watch Monty, you guys watch like these other streams, they're monetized. You are monetized. You probably work a job where you're making someone else money. You are monetized. Dubstep R2. Sorry. If you went to school or you worked any job in your life, you have been monetized. If you look at ads, if you look at ads on your Instagram or you look at memes and you're scrolling, you are monetized. Love is monetized. You're telling me there's not all these dating apps, there's not all these different like Hitch, for example, these services that provide connections for people. You're telling me love and relationships aren't monetized? Chad, you watch The Social Dilemma, eh? I meant pure love. Everything is monetized. Pure love. What is pure love like? Love as an industry is monetized. Romance, love, marriage is a contract. No, I don't care about what that guy said. This is just a very interesting question because it really tells you about how corrupt and greedy the human race is, right? So if you guys, I'm gonna give you guys that challenge. Find me one thing in our life that is not monetized. Air is monetized. People are buying fresh air in China. There's people who are in Canada bottling air or bagging air, fresh mountain air, and they sell it to China. It said military man. Valentine's Day, full 8 seconds. Good one, good one. That was a good one. Valentine's Day, yes. All right. That was a good retest on GU, but let's just see because this new 30 minutes coming up. EU's also breaking structure. We didn't get our say. You know what? For EU on the hourly, we can take a retest here with some potential bear structure forming and then take the sells down. So retest, we'll take the sells because we didn't get the buy confirms. Sorry, I don't want to delete that. Okay. Obviously, we had our trade ideas mapped out so far. We have not executed on anything. We have not taken a trade on anything. None of our trade ideas have lined up so far. Potentially GJ is setting up. US30 potentially. Charities not monetized. Did you just say charities aren't monetized? Come on. Nah, come on. You said charities aren't monetized. There's not major tax write-offs with charities, and they don't take donations. You know the Vatican. You guys know the Vatican, right? You know the Vatican just got caught taking billions of dollars in donations and then putting it into the U.S. stock market for like their own personal investment. The Vatican. I think every emotion is monetized because kindness or different emotions can be targeted to sell a product, right? There could be something that is sold specifically around anger, specifically around happiness. There's actually supplements that are supposed to make you happier, more kind, more calmer. Gold is playing around. Our safer sells are still below 1902. Let's just see some of these headlines to the left. It's a Reserve Bank of Australia speaker. So it's mostly for an impact on Australia. Nothing too crazy there. Yeah, cocaine. Yeah. So if anybody can give me an answer to this, I'll give you a month free in Capital Hungry private chat. You can message me. You can message me on. You can mess. Oh, GJ would have been nice. We'll still get a retest on GJ to 0.500. Don't worry. We'll still get this. We didn't get our safe buy confirms, obviously, as we failed to break 1 minute highs. We broke below bullish structure. We broke below key level. So we did not have our buy confirms to take the scalps up. And then, what'd you say? A mother's love. That's a good one. But love overall is monetized. So that's pretty specific. A mother's love. That's a good one. A dog's love? But you still gotta buy a dog. Oh, Mother's Day. Thank you, Harmon. Mother's Day. Mother's Day. Nah, sorry, buddy. Thank you, Harmon. Clutch, Harmon. I forgot about Mother's Day. How can saliva be monetized? Let's see this one. That was a good one. Saliva. No, because saliva is your breath. Saliva is what creates your breath. So if you have a really dry mouth and no saliva, you got dirty breath. Oh yeah, that girl sold her spit. Yeah, that one girl sold her spit. Even that's monetized. Dreams are monetized all the time. That's what people are literally sold dreams 24/7. People are constantly sold dreams. Yeah, but the third party content is already monetized by the third parties. Yeah, poop is for sure monetized. Poop, come on. Like waste management. You're telling me sleep isn't monetized. You're telling me people are ever been to sleep country? Ever been to sleep country? That was a banger. Oh shit, lunger's a good one. Lunger's a good one, but that food to get the lunger is still monetized. You gotta make it with the ingredients, you know? Relaxing, vacations. What do you mean? Come on. Everything, every emotion, every item, every single thing in our world is monetized. Somebody is making money off of every single thing in our world. There's no difference. Okay, so coming down to retest these previous 1 minute lows here would still be ideal to get that pullback to 0.500 for the following hourly candle. The free month of Capital Hungry live stream to you is not monetized. Yeah, but you're not getting that. No, I'm just joking. Pollution, yeah, the management of waste and all that is monetized. Picking up mushrooms from the forest, unless depends who owns the land, but somebody paid for that land. Unless you're trespassing, which is then it's illegal. All the land, everything is monetized. Air, China's buying fresh air right now from around the world because they're so heavily polluted. Okay, gold's actually rejecting this bullish structure, and if we come above 1907, we're taking those buys. Silence is a good one. Some Chinese dude said we don't buy air. Yeah, you guys do. No, silence. Alex had a good one about silence. Dudes be buying their girlfriends gifts to shut them up and shit to get that silence and peace of quiet. Asteroids are monetized. Are you joking? Asteroids, you can actually start asteroid mining now. This is monetized. Asteroid mining. You guys ever heard about asteroid mining? Where they're starting to create the technology to get precious metals and minerals from asteroids, but you got to pay and buy the asteroid first. All right, US dollar is starting to show us a bit of rejection now on this new 30-minute candle, but and still failing to retest previous highs. We still need gold above 1907 for buys. GJ, we're waiting for a retest of 0.500 for sells. GU, this was the retest point. It ran 11 pips if anybody took that. EU, we're waiting for a retest of this medium term zone and this broken lower time frame structure to take the sells down. US30 sells below 27,720. You can always rewatch this as well and rewind it. We don't have any economic data overnight. Just US durable goods at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, US consumer confidence at 10 a.m. Eastern, and the European Union speakers overnight, which we'll see in the news, which you'll see in the news headlines to the left here. And then markets are still fairly fearful as there's Brexit uncertainty, US stimulus uncertainty, global COVID cases are spiking, and we want to watch if that leads to economic lockdown. And don't forget to stay smart, follow your trading plan, follow your risk management plan, focus on your long term vision, keep emotions out, and avoid crashing your account. Wait for the trades to set up to you. Yes, Ricardo. I like you, Ricardo. That was a nice message. I'll reply when I got time. That makes sense. That makes sense. Forex Academy guy, because we would be breaking below these previous low points. But what would be ideal as London Open is at 4 a.m. in 20 minutes would be for London Open to push up and grab liquidity at 136.5, start making some lower time frame bearish structure, get a lower high and rejection at this area, and then take the sells. That would be better risk versus reward for us. Right now would be a potential good sell scalp if we break these lows just down to 0.200. But as we have London Open about 20 minutes, I would personally like to wait for this pullback because GJ buys, this is what we were looking for at the time, was that GJ was respecting lower time frame bullish market structure, as well as the intraday candles were closing above higher time frame key level 136.500. So we identified that if the UK equities can be bullish, if we can get, which we did not get yet, as UK equities are showing some exhaustion and are still fairly bearish here. We're looking at the 1 hour chart. If we could get a failure to break the lower time frame bullish market structure, which we were getting, a failure to break 136.5, and the final confirm was breaking above these 1 minute highs where you see this price sensitivity, and where we've seen sellers where we've seen sellers jump in and buyers exhaust multiple times now. So obviously we did not get that confirm of the break above, and then we got a break below structure in key level, which negated our confirms to take buys. We did not. We need all of these confirms to take buys and follow our plan of analysis we predetermined. But now what we are getting is potential market fear as the yen and US dollar are holding strength short term. We did get a break of the minor bullish structure, a break below 136.5, a failure to break the 1 minute highs, which we identified, and potential for market fear to continue. We just are looking for the retest of 136.5 to take those sales down. Because what these confirms do, as we can check them off and line them up, is give us control in our trading and rules to follow, as well as to stay reactive in understanding buyers versus seller strength. Because if we have all these confirms, that is just showing us more buyer strength on GJ to play with those buyers and to play with that smart money move, even if it's 20, 30 pips, whatever it may be, right? But when you fail to break these 1 minute highs, when you're breaking the minor bullish structure, when we're seeing a break below the key level, this is showing us more sellers pressure and sellers momentum, where we just want that pullback for London Open to get better entries and then come down. Gold is just playing around. We was still gold, similar idea where we highlighted these trade ideas. And we also reviewed the capital hungry analysis we did in the private chat already, where we did want a pullback to go up to 1912 anyways. GJ, we're in a sell bias anyways. We expected that pullback to 137 at the start of the week, which we got, and the potential to go down to 136.5, which we are seeing right now. We're breaking below 136.5. GBPUSD, we got that pullback to intraday structure and potential, like our main sell bias is playing out. And of course, the US30, that sell bias below 28K played out very well, and potential retest of 28K. But our trade idea for gold buys was a pullback to the lower time frame structure, which we have. Failure to break below, which we are getting for now, which would give us more confirms of buyer pressure, is coming back above 1907 medium zone, where we saw this price sensitivity on the 1 minute. And then also identifying that the dollar turns back bearish and comes back below this zone. If the dollar comes back below this minor zone and gold comes back above 1907, we can check those confirms off and then execute a risk to take those gold buys with like a stop below the trend, and then try to take that 50 pip squeeze up, right? But right now we are developing this trade, but not in any execution point. And our safe sells would of course be these confirms to show us more sellers pressure and to play with the sellers in the market, which of course we do not have any of these confirms yet. US30, this is what we were talking about. We got the clean sells below 28K, as I sent capital hungry at the start of the week, and we got a new low created by sellers in a very impulsive sell-off due to those key fundamental points of there's still uncertainty around US stimulus, right? And you can see that this lower time frame bearish market structure you can identify on the 1 minute is still being respected even with this pullback. This upside move, yes, it's a nice upside move, but it's a corrective phase. It's a pullback of these of this sell-off move. Buyers and sellers work hand in hand. So when you had this massive sell-off on Dow Jones from, it's not that massive, but almost 1,000 points, and this respective bearish structure, sellers do not want to hold their entries forever. Those sellers from the peak intraday points or these key levels, when they're closing off their order flow, they cannot close their orders unless buyers jump in the market and work with them hand in hand. So this corrective move so far is just sellers closing off some of their positions and liquidating orders and buyers buying the dip. It's almost like a bank working with a hedge fund, right? One person on each side of the coin. So as long as we respect this bearish market structure and we have market fear and Dow Jones price breaks below these 1 minute price points at 27,720, it still shows us that sellers are in control from an intraday perspective and we have potential to revisit these lows, right? We would need a break above these 1 minute highs in optimistic markets to see that squeeze up to 28K and show a potential shift in structure and start showing some bullish market structure developing. But right now, it is still looking fairly corrective, right? I just like to observe market structure and price action in that sense to show me buyers and sellers' strength and understand who is in control on the time frames I am playing with, right? And I have a bunch of webinars explaining that stuff too. So gold, we still need above 1907 here. Just keep an eye on it. London Open is in 13 minutes. GJ is rejecting these previous lows. That does not mean buy, but let's just see, because if this hourly candle has a nice clean close below 0.500, because what we do not want for sells and what would be what would show us potential buyer pressure still is if over the next 13 minutes GJ ends up rejecting these same low points and closes above 0.500, right? So yes, if you were in these quick sells at the break, that was a nice quick squeeze. We didn't get the confirms we need for the retest, and I want to see how this hourly candle closes and how London Open candle grabs liquidity, and it would be ideal to get a nice bearish close below 136.500 at least. Gold is just playing around. No buy confirms just yet. We don't have any significant headlines. Japan's chief government spokesman says airline demand has dropped. Indonesia, Germany economic minister, like we're talking about, like we expected EU speakers overnight anyways. Harpreet, I'll answer your questions after. A lot of you guys message me while this is going on, eh? So not too many significant headlines right now. No confirms for any gold trades yet. We are still waiting for a potential GJ sell to set up, but we just have to observe price action accordingly and understand we are rejecting at the same low point for the 4th time now over an extended period of hours. I personally like to manually enter if I'm taking the trades. I personally like to manually enter, Chad. So, like the stream, kids. Straight value here. Okay, kid. That guy didn't like being called a kid. A racer. He's like, fuck, who's this guy calling me a fucking kid? Sell stops and buy. Yeah, what Calvi said. They're good when volatility is very strong in one direction. Euro USD, we're looking for a potential retest of this broken minor structure and this price sensitivity area around 1.825. But let me just clear this so we can see the price better. Dollar still looks like it can go bearish. What do you guys think? No, you guys don't know. So the white lines, these white price levels across any of these pairs are higher time frame historical price points based on the yearly, quarterly, and 1 month charts. The red zones are price sensitivity reactions by buyers and sellers at exact price point ranges on the lower time frame. The newsroom is from a news terminal, Reuters icon, very similar to like a Bloomberg terminal that um, we have also sent to the Capital Hungry private chat. Just like throughout the whole week, they have access to this newsroom whenever they need, you know? GJ is giving us that pullback, but this is still that hourly candle. And when we zoom out here, we're seeing it can give a very solid rejection at these exact same price points again. So don't jump. Even if we come up to test 0.500 right now, before this hourly close, do not take sells. All right. Let's let now London open, and we're still going to be watching the charts for another 2 hours from actual London open. We'll still be watching from 4 a.m. Eastern till about 5:30, 6 a.m. Eastern. Because with the time change, London opens an hour later now, right? So don't rush. Just understand that we are rejecting at the same price point. This hourly candle still has 8 minutes, and we do have the potential that we can close above or at 0.500 and have this rejection again. Where then, if we have that rejection again, we're still taking the same buy squeeze up. Okay, so do not. Let's just remove these sell skeps, just so nobody. Let's just wait now. All right, I don't see no stupid shit. I don't want to see nobody entering right now randomly. I don't care if it rejects. I don't care if it comes here and then melts in 1 minute candle within this hourly candle close still. All right, just relax. I don't care. Just be smart about it. Especially when you're scalping, you want to protect your capital and stay as unbiased as possible, and not just jump into and not just do anything impulsive, right? Just do a quick review. The TV screen pops up there. You know, these little graphics. Your boy likes to keep you entertained. I'm gonna have more graphics every stream I do. You know, atomic events. Oh, what is that little calendar? What is that? This guy says, "I'm not trading yet. I want to subscribe to your group. I need to win tonight." You're not welcome anymore. Sorry, you guys can't see the graphics on the Zoom chat. Gold died. Okay, so gold is breaking structure now as the US dollar is still holding strength. So obviously we didn't get the safe buy confirms above 1907 anyways, and the dollar did not turn bearish yet. So we're still waiting for these sell confirms anyways. Yeah, gold fell 20 pips, yes. All right, we're still waiting for these. We're still waiting to see what GJ does, but not yet. Wait till London open because this hourly looks like it's rejecting hard. GU as well. Wait. Dow, obviously, nothing has set up on Dow Jones yet. We're not messing with the UCAD tonight. We're just watching dollar and yen strength. Yeah, this high risk buy we were talking about at the lows would have been a good scalp, but again, it's high risk, right? It's high risk because you're going against. You're pretty much just hoping that that sellers reject at this price point again because it's happened before, right? Not yet. Wait till London open. Because this hourly right now, and we're closing in 5 minutes, that's a pretty solid rejection at the same exact price points and a very deep liquidity grab. Or if the following hour comes above 0.500, we can start to take the buys above 0.500 up. You got balls. I like you. We are starting to see some minor bearish structure developing on gold in a break of this bullish structure, as we had strong exhaustion at these 1910 highs, pretty much close to our 1912 key level. The higher risk sells we wanted to take were at 1912, but obviously we never got there. Is if we got that pullback from 1902 to 1912, take sells there. Otherwise, below 1902, below 1897, below 1883. So no setups yet across the board yet, but that's okay. We've had 6 streams. We've had 6 streams on the YouTube channel where we've taken dubs. So if we take a break-even day or like a no trade day or a loss day, that's pretty good. That's pretty good probability still. By the way, don't forget to watch these previous streams, take notes, study them, backtest them. All these psychology webinars, technical webinars, fundamental webinars, Capital Hungry YouTube channel. Don't forget the Capital Hungry Twitter, which posts headlines. Not as much as the newsroom, because that's for private members. But if you're still trading and you're using some random sites like Forex Factory Trash, or like, you know what I mean? Some like CNN or something, CNBC, I don't know. It's better to use this. This will still give you more information. And then of course the free analysis channel on the Telegram. Here are the stream reminders there on your screen. I like that. JNN, I like that. I like that. Okay, let's just keep it on GJ. I want to see how this hourly closes in 3 minutes and London opens. All right. Complain? Who's complaining? The YouTube chat? No, I think they're okay. Yeah, look at this. Oh, look at this hourly close. Look at how this hourly is closing. I had a strong feeling it's about to close right at 0.500. Nobody take a sell. I don't want anybody to take a sell, alright? Wait. That's a strong rejection. Right at the previous, right at the same previous lower time frame price point. And this hourly is about to close above key level 0.500. That's a strong rejection right now. With another 2 minutes left until London Open. I like the refugee chat a lot. I like you a lot. Sorry, I didn't mean to delete that. Let's just wait. It would have showed us a lot more seller's pressure if during this sell-off move we broke these lows and went to 0.200. So then even if we had an aggressive pullback to 136.5, it would make more sense to come back down. But the fact that we rejected these previous lows and the hourly candle is about to close above the level is not showing me as much seller's pressure at the moment. We're getting this downside move corrected so far. So that's why I said do not take sells, even though we're getting that retest we wanted, just because of how this hourly candle is closing and due to the timing that London Open's coming up right now. Okay, so that's London Open right here. Sorry, let's zoom out. London Open already created its lower wick. So this closed above 0.500. Strong rejection. For the buys, though, We still need the same confirms, okay? We still need the same confirms. A higher risk GJ sell would be right now for the wick fill down to the lows at least, but it's just looking fairly indecisive in this range. The same buys and the higher risk sells is just right now, like where I just said like a second ago, down to the lows again. But if it rejects here again, it's going to turn bullish again. So just watch that. So we had the London Open retest there. Sorry, I didn't see the Zoom chat. My bad, my bad. Yo, there's so many chats open, man. I got like the Telegram chat, the Zoom chat, the YouTube chat. Holy, what do you guys want me to do? Yeah, you're right. Damn, they'd be devastated. Yeah, like that entry right there was like a higher risk sell entry right at that quick retest. But you still have to watch. We still have to watch how we react at these low points again. How are you so confident GJ would retest 0.500? Just because this drop move happened um during pre-London hours, and usually at London Open or closer to London actual session hours, whether it's New York, whether it's London, Asian, doesn't matter. You do see deeper pullbacks, and the market moves in waves as well, right? GJ looks like it might have just been creating its lower wick right here, and this is what we need for the safe buys. Somebody, GJ is blowing some accounts right now. If your account is getting blown by 11 pip moves, then something's not right. If your account is oh man. All right. I think we're going to get these. So let's but I want to see the reaction at these low points again first. Because that could just be the hourly creating its lower wick. And if we break above these 1 minute highs, we're going to get that 20 pip squeeze. Gold, we're still waiting for these options. GU, we're staying out of. We're waiting to see how the US dollar runs, because the dollar looks like it could go back bearish if it breaks below this medium zone at 92.96. And if the dollar goes back to revisit these lows, that is showing us market optimism and showing us potential for the GJ buys above 136.6. So now if you're gonna sell, I would just leave it risk free and set it break even, because we do have the potential now to break back above. And of course, watch your headlines here to the left. I'm just gonna grab. I'm sorry, fill my water bottle quick. And if the US dollar turns bearish and gold still again comes back above bullish structure and back above 1907, same idea. Otherwise, like these same trade ideas still stand. Pretty much above 1907 buys and only below 1902 sells. And of course, dollar looks like it's gonna come back below this zone right now. It's breaking the low of the previous candle right now. UK equities are slumped, but that was that GJ move on that downside liquidity grab. Still no break above 136.5. So if you had that sell entry, you're probably still good. but I didn't take any sells there. GU is just whatever, whoever was in those cells already. I did not take any trades yet myself. Go full margin to feel alive. All right, I'm just gonna go fill up my water bottle. Let's keep it on GJ. Yeah, this is market's fairly slow, eh? Zarif, I agree, bro. Yes, Hansel, there is higher potential if all global equities are bearish, but safer sells on Dow Jones would be if we remain below the bearish structure and come below 27,700. I don't know. I don't think traders have. I don't think there's like a preference. It all just depends what you're. It all just depends what you're comfortable with, what you have back tested, what you have taken trades on yourself. I don't think anything is easier or harder to trade in a sense. All right, I'm just gonna grab my water bottle. If you are in the sell, just leave it risk free. Just because we're in an indecision area here, as we failed to break previous lows and we're still in the squeeze above those 1 minute highs. So if you're in a sell, just leave it risk free so you don't sacrifice losing anything, as we're fairly indecisive right now. Okay, and these are still what we need for our safe buy confirms. Shit, man. Shit happened as soon as I went to get water. Did anybody take those? Anyone? Yeah. Did you get in those sells, Alex? Anybody take the sells at the high risk entry at London Open? You got it. Right? It wasn't too. Yeah, it was a little bit messy. You took GU sells. You got GJ sells. Gold. Get ready for gold sells. We break and retest below 1902. Dollar flipping bullish. Euro USD that retest. Euro USD that retest we called. GU that safer sell retest. That's up like 20 pips. US30. US30. Oh shit. Wait. US30 as well. US30 respecting that bearish structure. If we get a retest of these 1 minute lows here, that'd be also another good entry. Anybody? Okay, so what did anybody? You took GU, you took GJ. I did not get an entry in anything. Gold sells are coming up. GJ, we're starting to see some bearish structure on the lower time frame we can highlight if we get a potential deeper retest. But other than that, so our intraday analysis we did in Capital Hungry and we showed on this private stream is still continuing to play out of overall GU sell bias. That sound was the key level alerts, key level price alerts. The GJ sells are still playing out below 136.5. Gold pullback to 1912 and sells from that area playing out. UCAD's continuing bullish to retest 1.324 and US30 sells below 28K are still running. Market fear is looking stronger as UK equities are slumped, Germany equities are slumped. Dow Jones looks like it's going to revisit these previous lows. We did not get the confirms for the buy scalps. We did get the confirms for the sell scalps. The retest of 136.5, the failure to break 1 minute highs, market fear continuing, break of the minor bullish structure. So same idea as what we are looking on GU. 20 pips. So if you guys are in those, just close for 10-20 pips and we still got another hour and a half that will look for a potential another scalp. If you guys enjoy the stream, if you guys enjoy my company, entertainment, market information, trade ideas, analysis, then please subscribe, send a like to the stream, share it around with your friends and family, and we can all make money together. I did not get a trade though myself, but I will buy over the next couple of hours in pre-New York. Yeah, we still got another hour and a half, 2 hours anyways. GJ is continuing down to the 0.200. Yeah, let's get some W's in the chat for the analysis, for the trade ideas. The GJ scalps played out perfectly. Like this was the high risk entry on GJ when this candle was coming down. Obviously, we didn't get our buy scalp confirms, and we still have that market fear, Brexit uncertainty. US30 is retesting that minor 1 minute zone. Watch that to continue down. Now that we're coming down to the 0.200 psychological price level, we should get some reaction here and a possible pullback to continue down. And gold, we're just waiting for a clean break below the key level, where right now we're just hovering around it. But with the US dollar strength, I feel like we should melt below 1902 as well. Somebody says 136. We're just gonna watch the reactions at the psychological price level. So let's just see how sellers react at 0.200. If we can get a pullback to like retest this previous low and continue down, or a break and retest below 0.200, we'll take another 20 pips down to 136. Okay, so right now that was a nice scalp of about 25 pips called with the analysis. That retest call was beautiful though. No, I thought the hourly was going to show more bullish potential after, but we still closed bearish and at 136.5. And then the London Open retested and had this bearish close. And then we had that pullback. I'm from Canada, Toronto area. But don't worry, because now that we understand that GBP is respecting intraday bear structure, it's breaking below these previous intraday lows, right? Now that we're seeing some break, now that we got these confirms, we can start to extend this structure. We'll still keep that there. We'll still keep this here for educational purposes of what we were looking for buys. Now we can extend this structure and remember, market moves in waves. By pre-New York, if we let's just say right now we start to play around and we come back down to 136, right? And then we start to play around at our key level at 136 and we extend this bear structure. And then at New York, we do a pullback to 136.2, similar to this pullback we had to 136.5, and we fail to break. What are you going to do? Just continue to play the structure, the bearish pressure, the bearish market structure, and use your confirms in the lower time frame. So right now we're reacting to the 0.200 psychological price level. And let's just see how GJ reacts here. GU was also clean. So the US dollar strength overnight, price below 1.302. We didn't have any Brexit negativity, but we had that US dollar strength and the break of that minor bullish structure for 20 pips on GU, 20 pips on GJ. Can we confirm that, chat, or no? 20 pips on each, just for 20 pips GU, 20 pips GJ. EURUSD though too. The sells at the retail, like we didn't get the confirms for the buys. We got the break of structure, retest of this minor zone. 20 pips. GJ. Yeah, I'm sad about GJ. No, I said GJ, just wait till London Open. I said wait till London Open. Don't enter on that live hourly candle. And then when this bearish engulfing candle, if you rewind, how many minutes is this? If you can quote me on this, if you rewind the stream right now, about 30 minutes to when this candle right here is coming down, I said higher risk GJ sell entries are like right now. So somebody go quote me on that. All I said was wait for London Open. That's all I said. Just wait till London Open, which was that candle. So now you can see we're also reacting around 0.200 psychological price level as we expected for now. Yeah. So who wants to rewind the stream 30 minutes when we are at London Open, when we have this candle, when we said the higher risk sells are there, then you can verify that. I was just saying wait till London Open and don't enter just because London Open can do a liquidity grab. Like London, I didn't want you guys to enter sells here and then London Open pops up 10 pips first, rejects these 1 minute highs, and then comes back below to sell, right? Because London Open could do that. London Open could do that deeper pullback. That's all. So that's why I said when we were having that pullback on the pre-London candle, I just said, please wait till London Open because London Open itself grabs liquidity. And if it closed above 0.500 and did that, and you guys entered at 0.500, then everybody would have been bitching at me if it did a deeper 10 pip liquidity grab to test these 1 minute highs again, right? And then we would have had that then we would have possibly came down. So that's why I said just wait till London open. And then when this candle was coming down bearish, I said higher risk GJ sells are right now. And I said when it's pulling up, just be careful and watch your risk and don't risk any money or lose any money, because we can still react at these previous lows. As we break those previous lows, you have as we break these previous lows where we rejected multiple times now during London volume, you have higher reasoning and probability to extend that trade to this next psychological price level. Thank you, Marie. Thank you, Marie. You pay attention. This is the 1 minute chart on GJ you can see on the screen here. So what we had was this predetermined trade analysis for sells. We break the minor bullish market structure. We fail to break the 1 minute highs. We come below 136.5 and we retest. Check, 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 check. Okay? Then all I said was as this London open candle, the pre-London candle was pulling back, to watch. Then I said as the London open candle, pre-London candle was pulling back, just to not enter on that live candle. Wait till London open, just in case London open did a quick pullback to 136.5, 136.6 at these 1 minute highs, and then came back below. Why would you want to enter here at 0.500 and then be in that 10 pip drawdown for no reason, right? And then on this candle, I said this is higher risk sell entries right here. So, you know, I don't know who else be telling you that. If any other streams give you exact step by step what to look for, where price is going to react, entry points, retest points, when to enter, let me know about that. And I told you guys we'll get some reaction here as well. Yes, I did show Roger that. EU down to the following zone where we're reacting as well. So EU, that break and retest below ran for 27 pips. Gold, we are hovering right at the higher time frame key level. And listen, even if you didn't take the trades, even if you didn't follow the analysis, listen to what I'm showing you guys about market structure. Listen to what I'm telling you guys about buyers and seller strength. In this $1 trillion market where gold is just falling down so easily, why is it now reacting on a dime and generating order flow at 1902, this higher time frame historical key level? Isn't that interesting? Why did I tell you guys GJ will come down to 0.200, that psychological price level, and we have possibility for reaction there? Then we'll watch accordingly. Why did I tell you GU, this medium-term zone, watch the reactions here by buyers and sellers? As we're shifting into some lower time frame bearish market structure on GU, we can highlight as well. Right? It's extremely interesting because these are $1 trillion markets. This is money being moved through machines, supercomputers, manual traders, institutions, private funds, hedge funds all around the world. And we are live watching price taking trades and watching the reactions. Right? We're watching the reactions live at these price points we already predetermined ahead of time, and taking trades on ideas we already predetermined ahead of time. It's 4:30 in the morning right now. What time did I type this up at? 3 hours ago, right? But now let's just see if GJ gives us that pullback to retest structure, as market volatility isn't that crazy, right? So even if we retest these previous 1 minute points at this on this new 30-minute candle, the next 2 minutes, or retest structure here, we can scale in some more sells. Obviously, no confirms for the buys, and we're following this bias here. And at the same time, the US dollar is holding strength, showing us that market fear. And what else is showing us that fear? Look at UK equities also. It just gives you more confirms. You understand what investor behavior and bias is looking like, right? US30, nice little quick break and retest. Anybody take that little quick break and retest? 30 points. Scalp right there. And you can see that it went up to react and have more sellers enter the market at a retest of this previous price sensitivity point we already had highlighted. But let's just see how it goes right now. If it breaks these lows, obviously we have extension. Obviously you have more probability to extend this trade if you break these 1 minute lows, right? Yeah, 720 here. Okay, now gold. Okay, not really, but we are starting to get some more bearish pressure. Euro USD. Yeah, if we get the break below 1.800 just as per our intraday analysis, I would take those sells as well. Because this is our Euro USD analysis from the start of Sunday as well. If we come below 1.8 flat, these previous intraday lows, we can take that down about 40-50 pips to retest this intraday bullish structure. EJ probably looks the exact same as EU, GU, and GJ. I can pull it up for you right now. Look at you guys see EU right here on your 1 minute. You guys see it, right? I'm gonna show you guys a magic trick. Ready? Ready? Holy shit! What the hell? Whoa! What do you know? You have a break of some minor bullish structure. Oh, what do you know? It's the exact same. So what I'm trying to tell you is the same bias I told you on EU is probably is going to be the same market structure and bias on EJ, just the Euro JPY specific price points. Okay. And what I'm just going to highlight here now on EU is this minor bearish market structure we are starting to get created from these high exhaustion points by buyers, which is pretty close to our key level. It was only 5 pips from our key level anyways. And then we could see another sell-off point from this lower high, where now I just want to continue to play this structure and get a potential retest, come down. They don't have positive. They have a positive correlation in the sense that euro is the primary in the quotes, right? And then the secondary currency is a safe haven currency, like the Japanese yen or the US dollar. Okay. Gold, we're still waiting for the clean break below 1902. We're just hovering like few pips around the key level, having a reaction between buyers and sellers, generating some more order flow. Either we'll get the clean breakout or we might do a quick pullback to get some better sell entries in. We've already reviewed the key recent fundamental points of what we've noticed through New York session about the market fear regarding Brexit uncertainty, US stimulus uncertainty. So we were more on a fear side bias anyways, and we were just looking to adapt that macro analysis with some of the lower time frame price action and market structure. And then, of course, no economic events. But if you are trading New York session, you have US durable goods and US consumer confidence report. And then don't forget about your mental reminders. And then here's your stream reminders if you guys want to contact me, you want more information, you want to learn more for free as well. Of course, for anybody who keeps asking me, how do I join your Zoom chat? How do I get access to this newsroom? Blah 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 blah. How do I get access to these webinars like on Vimeo, the 200 webinars on Vimeo? How do I get that? Is for the private channel. Okay? That is for the capital hungry private channel where it's a paid service, you pay by month. Okay? If that is too expensive for you, if it is too much information for you to handle, if you cannot afford it, don't come be mad at me or start bitching at me for a sale or for a discount price. Just don't join and then continue to watch. You know what I mean? All right. But if you want access to like the private channel where we do this analysis every week, market update webinars, weekly recaps, the economic reports, the mental reminders, etc. We do more. Oh, let's go 1902 break. We do more of these analysis and live sessions throughout the week in the private chat. You also get access to session reminders, key level price alerts at these white line key levels that are based on historical price points. You also get access to the newsroom, real time streaming headlines, and you also get access to the banter chat um, as well as all of the as well as all of those webinars, right? You get access to all of these webinars, 200 webinars where we're doing webinars every single week and 40 educational webinars. Let me show you guys. These are the educational webinars where everybody's like, "Oh, how do you do this? How do you do that?" Sorry. A lot of the stuff is on the YouTube channel for free, like here, and you can learn a lot, or in the Telegram chat, or all these headlines on Twitter. All right. So use your resources. If you can't afford the private chat, if it's too expensive, don't be mad at me. Just don't join. Just go join something cheaper. Like, I don't know why people get mad at me that they can't join because of the price. Like, fuck. Doesn't the key levels on GJ on the quarter point ranges make the trading ranges smaller? No, it does not make the trading ranges smaller. It gives us potential scalp target points, but it also gives us areas to observe price action. Because let's just say GJ now respects these psychological price levels or in these minor zones, but uses them as sell entry areas, right? So if you had a sell from 136.5 and we come to 136.2 and we do a pullback and reject at 136.3 or this lower time frame structure, right? And come back down, you're still going to hold your sells. And if we break below 136.200, you know sellers will run the range down the next psychological price level to 136. You can keep holding your sells or scale in more sells from these price points. But if let's just say we don't have that. Let's just say you're in sells from 136.5, right? And you're up about 30 pips and we reject here and come back down, but create a double bottom showing us seller's exhaustion, and then we break above this structure, you probably it's probably higher probability and better for you to close out your trade for that 10 or 15 pips, because the probability of price doing a deeper pullback to retest 0.500 is a lot higher as we're getting that seller's exhaustion, right? So these quarter points are just areas that we have back tested based on that quarter point theory and based on those price points on GJ, where we notice reactions on the lower time frame. Okay, observing these reactions can tell you information about buyers and sellers strength, the trend, the market structure, so you can either extend your trades and hold your trades longer or leave a runner, or close your positions if you're seeing the momentum switch against you, right? So it doesn't mean you have to exit your trade at 0.200. It's just an area where you should start watching the reaction of buyers and sellers to see, okay, yes, we're getting a reaction here, but we are still in bearish market structure. We're still below previous lows. Even if we come up to structure and come back down, I'll hold the trade. I'll still hold my sell. But if we come back down and reject the same previous lows and have a reversal, you will start to identify that as seller's exhaustion. And you probably have, it was probably better for you to exit your position and at least secure that 15 pips, 10 pips, instead of being involved in a pullback and getting taken out break even as you're getting a shift in that structure or that momentum, right? So when you're watching price action on the lower time frame and you're observing structure and you're already in an entry, right? All you're doing is giving yourself reasoning if you can extend the trade or if you should close it based on the price action, market structure, and buyer seller strength and reactions at these price points. Okay, because these concepts for entries, or these concepts of observing price action and market structure, they can be used for any style of trading. It can be used for swing trading, intraday trading, for the entries. And then, of course, depending on your take profit goals, how you observe price action after that point is dependent on you. If you're an intraday trader and you've got your entry and you have your and you set break even, or you have a tight stop loss and you're looking for 100 pip take profit, maybe it's best for you not to stress and watch the chart after you get your entry. Maybe you should just, after you have your entry and your hard take profit and stop loss set, just step away for a couple hours, because that's when you have a trading style that you are trying out, stick to that style. Too many people go back and forth and do not know what they want out of the markets. They don't know if they want to scalp. They don't know if they should have held their trade. They don't know if they want to swing trade. They don't know what they want from the markets. That's one of the primary issues people have, right? But these concepts of entries, observing price action, market structure, can be used for any style of trading. But when you're in scalping and you're trying to take smaller pip ranges, or you're trying to be in the market for a shorter period of time, it's probably better for you to observe the lower time frame price action. When we saw this reaction at 0.200, that's a great 30 pip scalp to take advantage of and just close. Why when we know there's going to be a reaction here, or there's a probability of reaction here, why sacrifice that 5-10 pips of profit right there on that pullback if you're scalping? If you're intraday trading and you're in these cells and your goal is 135.5, 100 pips, maybe it's not best for you to stress and watch the lower time frame. You should just take your entry as per your plan, your risk management plan, and what you are willing to lose in the markets and potentially earn as well, right? And then once you take that entry, because your intraday trade may take longer to play out, you should just step away from the chart. And if you're swinging, same idea. So it really depends on what your trading plan, what your style of trading is, and what your risk management plan is, right? But I hate it when people jump around from various things. Just stick to one style and stay in that psychological mindset of that trading style as well. If you're swing trading, don't be going crazy or getting FOMO that you're seeing other people taking quick 10 pip scalps with 50 lot and making so much money, right? It's not a part that doesn't impact you. You're swing trading or intraday trading based on your plan, your lifestyle, your finances, right? Because all of us have such different lives, such different finances, personalities, lifestyles, where you will never be able to trade the same as somebody else due to these differences in personality, right? GU doing a retest of structure, but potentially breaking a bit higher right there. Let's connect that. Gold still playing around 1902, nothing clean to take for sells yet. EU doing that deeper pullback after reacting to 1.800. Dollar still failing to break previous intraday highs, so the markets are still fairly indecisive. US dollar isn't down, it's just in this intraday range. So the markets are still fairly indecisive. I would not be taking GJ sells at the moment right now. I want to see how because it looks like equities are starting to do are starting to get a bit of a support as well. So I would stay out of Dow sells too and just wait unless you're already in the Dow sells. If you're in the sells from point 20, just leave yourself risk free. Okay. And GJ, I would not take sells right now because markets are still fairly indecisive. And even though we had this strong bullish move on the US dollar, showing us initial signs of market fear and liquidity going into the safe haven currencies, buyers have still failed to break previous intraday highs, where we've seen price sensitivity there. And we're coming up to Asian market close in 15 minutes at 5 a.m. Eastern, as well as new 4-hour candles. Gold might actually be a nice buy from here, a high risk buy with how the dollar's dropping. But I would wait now anyways, and the safer buys would be above 1907. But with this support and how the dollar's dropping, this would be a very high risk buy. Yeah, if you guys enjoy the content, just give it a like, subscribe to the channel, share it around with your friends and family, join the free channel, watch the other videos. You have a buy, it's very high risk. It's very high risk. Just because we have a new 4-hour candle coming up and we're looking for sells below 1902. I wouldn't buy right now. I would not buy right now. I would wait until the new 4-hour candle because we're still in lower time frame bear structure. The safest buys, even though it seems like you would miss the move, is still above 1907 with these confirms because we're coming back above the bear structure. We're breaking above the bear structure. We're breaking above the bullish structure, coming back above 1907 price sensitivity area, and would have the dollar bearish. But yeah, otherwise it's just playing around the key level. New 15-minute candle. I'm just gonna get a refill of my water. But all this is showing me when we're seeing all this is showing me when we're seeing the US dollar, safe haven currency, reject at previous highs, is that there is not one-sided volatility in the market or enough buyer order flow to continue the upside move, and markets are still fairly indecisive fundamentally between optimism and fear. Man, I really want to take a buy here now, but it's not a I'd wait till the hour close. I'm gonna be back in a second. Don't take those buys. You guys are crazy. UCAD 1 minute. Let me check. I know one person's in the buys. Lucas, you probably took them. I guess you could sacrifice like a 5 pip stop just below these 1 minute lows, so you don't have to risk too much. But I would wait for the new hourly candle. U.S. Defense Secretary. Da 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 da. Now GJ starting to look a lot better after his new 15-minute rejected. Okay, I'll be back. But if GJ comes back below these 1 minute lows, this is looking like a potential nice little quick retest of structure there. Squeeze back down, playing the structure. And gold's just messing around. It's not gonna fly because I'll step away, man. Just wait. Just for gold, just wait for the hour to close. Remember, be smart. Don't crash your account. New 4-hour candles in 13 minutes. So just wait. Just wait. High risk GJ sells. High risk GJ sells now, and when no, the GJ buys are these were the only GJ buys we were looking at. The fuck? we didn't look for any GJ buys on this 1 minute here. What are you talking about? The GJ buys been the same since the start of the webinar. This has been the same sells too since the start of the webinar. Nobody said any buys here. Why would we take buys below the key level when we had a break of structure? Carlise crashed his account buying GJ when it was going down and selling GJ when it was going up. You know what the beautiful thing about these live streams is that it's all recorded, right? So people can say all that stuff, but it's right there. Yeah, rewind the stream to what was said at 136.5 at London Open and send it back. I just said do not take sells on the pre-London candle, as we're rejecting previous 1 minute lows and previous intraday lows. So wait to see how it closes and wait for London Open in case we break out higher. And we would only take buys if we broke above the 1 minute highs. And then, as we had a rejection at London Open and this candle was coming down, I said high risk sells are now. And yeah, markets are looking more optimistic here too as well. That's why I said get out of Dow Jones. Yeah, Carlise here is quite an emotional trader, it looks like. Guys, you know, he's the type of guy that loses money trading but blames other people and then doesn't look at what he did wrong, or if he even followed his trading plan, or if he even knows what he's trading or what he's doing, right? Yeah. But you can rewind to London Open, quote it. You can rewind to the start of the webinar. Oh, we broke below 1902 as well. I told you guys don't buy it. It's way too high risk. Who was that one person I was telling you? Chi Sing Chi. Hopefully I said your name right. But yeah, you can rewind to London Open, what we said here. And you can rewind also to the start of the webinar, because the start of the webinar is what we said for what we need for buys and what we need for sells. And then the rest was reactive. Carlise, if you want, you can message me on Telegram at JHC Capital. And for the loss you took trying to chase GJ trades, I will reimburse your $85 account. I'm just kidding around, man. Don't take it. I'm just joking around. Oh, shit. Yeah, I know this 15 pips up and down here must have been, I know this 15 pips up and down must have been driving that tight margin crazy. Man, I was getting a margin call. Fucking how's it sound again? I haven't had a margin call in years. The fucking that MetaTrader sound when you margin call. I remember that when I first started trading. And then you're just getting pissed. Then you close that trade. Then you close that sell and you take a buy because you're like, fuck, it keeps dropping. Then it starts dropping more. You close the buy, you take a sell. I was just joking around. GU was this. So the GU sell was the exact same, The EU sell was literally this from the start of the webinar. US30 was this initial sell, but as we had this lower time frame support formed, we got out of that position. Gold sell would be ideal at 1902 retest, but it's best to wait for the new 4-hour candles now. And then GJ, we've only had these safe buy options. There was no buys. There was no buys at London Open 136.5. No, GJ was like GJ for the new 4-hour. I would just watch how it retest this structure point because we have new 4-hour candles opening in Asian session fully closing in 4 minutes. I love trolls. I don't mind it because I'm good at roasting. You know what I mean? So most other streamers don't like to roast as much. They don't like to go to that level. But I don't mind because it's hilarious while we're sitting here. It provides that extra entertainment factor. And then those people feel stupid because the stream is saved. Just like the same people who said, "Oh man, there hasn't been any trades called. The streams have been losing." Like people have been posting about me on Instagram, and I don't even have Instagram, and they're posting about me. Right? I don't even have Instagram, and they're posting about me. People are like, "Oh, he's giving bad trades on all his streams. He's not gonna get any growth." Yada yada yada. Right? But they're all saved here. You can go read the chats. You can watch the trade ideas that were planned. You can watch the trade ideas that were shared. Thank you, Ibby. I like you. You pay attention. All I said was not yet. Wait till London Open. And guess what? This was London Open. But these were the sell confirms we were looking for. I'm also interested in the GJ sell, but let's be patient because this 4-hour candle is closing and we might get a deeper retest on the new 4-hour at 0.500 to make the 4-hour top wick and then continue the move down, right? Just because this particular 4-hour candle around 5 a.m. Eastern is also coming towards the session overlap where we're coming towards pre-New York hours and we have price setting up for North American investors. So it would be ideal on this new 4-hour candle after this closes in about 40 seconds to get that pull back up to 0.500 again and then continue the way down. Even though that might break the lower time frame structure, this minor bear structure, this structure is very weak. This isn't like any long-standing historical structure. This is just a minor structure we just identified right now. And with the 4-hour, it would be a good retest if we could go up to 0.500 again even and then come down. Smile, smile, smile. Tell me the price point you're looking at, Smile, to buy. Are you talking about GJ? And all I said for gold is just wait till the new 4-hour. This is the new 4-hour candle right now. Unless you already took an impulsive sell. Dollars just in this intraday range here. Failed to break previous highs. But this new 4-hour candle on the dollar hasn't made a lower wick yet, so it could grab liquidity then head down. And we have the U.S. economic data during New York at 8:30 and 10, And if the core durable goods is good and the consumer confidence is good, it would actually give a boost to the US equities and drop the value of the US dollar. So just keep an eye on that. Haters gonna hate. Yeah, it'd be all. Yeah, you pay attention. All I said was do not sell right away. Wait till London open, and then this was the high risk sell at this rejection candle. As this candle was coming down, I even said this was the high risk sell right now. Right? Not any significant headlines. It's not like some of those streams where we had some Brexit headlines really shift the structure. We didn't get any confirms for the buys, of course. Haters gonna hate, potatoes gonna potate. This guy. Yeah, I always start the streams pre-London. Okay, sorry. How does every session in the world relates to affecting the market? Okay, you have to be Adam. I'm interested in answering this question, but I need a little bit more detail of what you're looking for, because that's very broad. Because there's not like a singular way that London or New York or Asian impacts the market. Otherwise, the market would be too easy to read. Thank you, David. David, you haven't gotten any analysis wrong so far. Thank you, David. David, I like that you got a first name and a last name the same. Hey there, Capital. My name's not Capital, but how long have you been trading? I've been trading since October 2017, so coming up to 3 years now, and it took me a year and a half to find consistent profits. The first year and a half, I was a fool and had low IQ. So you know how I call you guys low IQ and joke around? Listen, I'm the first one who can also say when I started, I had an extremely low IQ, right? I had very low IQ. I was dumb. I was looking for quick money. I was following any service and mentor. I was like that one guy in the chat where I would just listen to other people and like not even listen to their instructions properly and not even follow what the market was saying or study and just blowing accounts over and over. But then after that, after actually putting time and effort into studying the markets, um, I started to notice consistency, especially when I brought all these techniques together that I share with you guys today and through the other streams. EU, did we miss the sells? No, don't worry. The 4 hour probably still retest this structural point. The first sells we called were a retest of this minor zone and minor bear structure that was starting to develop down to 1.8. GJ, gold just dropped about 20 pips below 1902. Gold looks like it's about to melt. The 4 hour already created a top wick, and that was a nice 4 hour bearish close. And the US dollar is still bullish currently right now. Even though it could flip, gold looks like it's going to have a nice squeeze down. Obviously, we did not get the confirms that we needed for the buys above 1907, and with the dollar being more bearish, the dollar was showing more bullish potential even though it rejected previous highs. That bullish upside move gave more confidence for those GU sells, EU sells, and of course the gold sells that came down. We didn't take these sells. Fahad actually in the private chat called some nice sells from 1907 down to 1902, which was clean, but I did not want to execute on that, even though it was nice. Captain Refugees. Oh, like the session. Okay, so you have to understand that when markets are opening or sessions are closing for a specific region, there's multiple things going on behind the scenes. Okay, one, you have investors closing positions and banks adjusting their market positions, and you also have banks doing end of day processing. Okay, this end of day processing, this rebalancing of positions towards the end of a stream, towards the end of a session, can cause potential pullbacks or just for price to set up for the following session. And the opening of sessions brings in a lot of volume and order flow as you have an overlap, right? So yes, these different banks and machines are always trading 24 hours around the clock, right? But of course, a lot of the manual investors and a lot of the larger institutions that trade on their business hours are asleep. Like when Asian session is going on, London people are asleep, right? It's the middle of the night for them. So when you have London session open, UK banks open up, you have another large portion of liquidity, volume, and order flow entering the market. And usually, when you have a lot of fundamental catalysts going on and one sided volatility, is when you see higher volumes. But you want to understand these these session opens and closes so you can start to gauge the potential of when there be a higher potential for a pullback. And usually at the session opens, there is a higher probability for potential liquidity grabs as those investors that are coming in for that session are trying to get better price points for their order flow, right? They don't want to enter at exactly at a high, or they don't want to enter sells at a low or buys at a high when they have the power and liquidity to move the market to a particular price to get better entries, right? No, I am not in GJ sells. GJ, I would not sell GJ now. The GJ sells were good at this retest of structure. I was just saying it's ideal to wait for the 4 hour candle and now wait for the potential pre New York setup. The main sell bias was this, that you can also watch from the start of this webinar. You can also rewind to London Open in this webinar. It's all recorded, it's all saved. You can see what we needed and what we were observing that we were looking for buys, which we did not get the confirms. You can see what we needed. That's also good, coming back below the sell point after retesting that bear structure. And you can see what we needed for the sells, that we did get a break of that minor structure. We got a failure to break the 1 minute highs. UK equities are bearish. Our safe haven currencies were more bullish. Even though the yen is closed, it's going to open up. It's going to be similar to the US dollar. And we got a retest of 0.500 and a rejection and retest there. So this was the sell analysis for about 30 pips down, anywhere from 20 to 30 pips if you entered when we're saying is more high, the higher risk sell entries following the analysis. Yeah, man, I'm surprised. I knew obviously there's always going to be haters, but man, like I don't know who else. Obviously, there's other people doing streams, but do they talk about all this information continuously while they're streaming, or like what goes on? What goes on in the other streams? I'm not being rude or judging them at all, because me and Rakil, like somebody here, Kushpreet was saying Wickstone Live is the best stream. It's a lot easier to do technicals, etc. But Kushpreet Singh doesn't know that me and Rakil Wickstone Live are very close friends. And you guys can't say this, but Rakil doesn't like Indian people. I'm the only Indian he likes. So you think his stream is the best and he's the best, Kushpreet, but he actually wouldn't even like you. So I'm trying to be honest. Me and Rakil are really good friends. He does not like Indians. He's a pure Pakistani, like fucking. He only likes me as an Indian guy. Seriously. You know that whole drama between Pakistanis and Indians. For some reason, he actually carries that very close to him. For no reason, I don't know why. Seriously, me and him are very close friends. He only likes me. Yeah, I am the least racist. I don't care about race, color, religion, height, size. I don't care about any of that. I just care about economic impact. Pakistan's in the back. Yeah, but Monty, damn. Gold did the safe sell option as well. I had a feeling with how the dollar was pushing up there. So what trades did anybody take based on the analysis? Anybody take the GJ sells, the GU sells, the Euro USD sells, the Dow Jones sells, or the gold sells? Once we did have our confirms lined up, the rejections, of course, the break below. Yeah, Monty, Seed, Rakeel, and I, we're all close. We're all close friends. Like we're all in a chat together. Ted, we got a secret society that nobody knows about. You guys are in the gold cell from 1902 though, right? Not from like somewhere down here. Ted dated your mom? Shut up. No way, James. Shut up. You're lying. Renee, I only trade Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. This was my first trading day, and I did not take any trades yet. I plan on taking a nice intraday trade through New York today, and possibly tomorrow, and of course, Thursday. Aston, you took EU, GJ, and US30 from this stream, eh? So you didn't take GJ buys at London Open because you're not stupid. I like you. Yo, you entered at 1900, man? That's not a good entry. I guess it's not bad, but it's not the best entry at 1900 here. 1902, like break and retest here. It just missed by like 2 pips. Was the best entry to enter. Um, no, I do not trade Mondays or Fridays. I see your Zoom chat, man.
You see, this is the spirit. We love Pakistan.
My pledge to my country is that when I will grow up, I will be the scientist like Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, who helped Pakistan in making the nuclear power.
Inshallah, we have a bright future. We have here students who are going to make Pakistan a great nuclear nation. People, money.
If I seen that, the guy that yells at the end. Oh my god.
He's a pilot.
Where is
Great.
it?
My pledge is to when I will grow up, I will help the poor people.
Pakistan! That's for Pakistan! I love Pakistan! We all love Pakistan! Pakistan!
Oh, that's too funny. The reason why I keep it on the 1 minute is we don't just watch the 1 minute. We do our analysis on the intraday time frames first. Like we expected the UCAD upside. We do our analysis on the intraday. We create price areas of interest on the intraday and higher time frame, and then we look for reactions and entry points on the lower time frame to observe price action and market structure the best. Race war? I'm not racist at all. I don't give a shit what race you are. That was just a funny video somebody sent in the Zoom chat. I don't care what race anybody is. All right, now it's coming towards 5:15 in the morning. I am Indian. I'm born in Canada, but I am how do I not like my own people? I didn't say I didn't like my own people. What the fuck? Just said I don't care about race or religion. Why do you care? What's a? It's not a bad thing. Will this stream go through NY session, Jeeve? What do I look like, Chad? Do I look like a fucking robot to you? How much? You want me to stream another 5 hours? Yeah, I just don't care. Just because I don't care about religion or race doesn't mean I don't like my own people. Yeah, they're getting comfortable in the refugee chat. Yeah, the YouTube chat is hilarious. That's good. At least you didn't take a loss, right? Gold is still going down. GJ still going to continue down. EU's about to reject and continue down. UCAD, US30 should continue down. Oh, gold D. W's for gold. W's for gold. Like a little, like you're trying to look at this, Jaheim. You're trying to look at like this minor uptrend. Very hard to trust though. It would be more trustworthy if we break above the bear structure and get a third tap on it, you know? Very, very minor right now what you're looking at, but I do see what you're saying. Oh, gold, baby. I told you guys don't buy as too high risk, and the sells still made sense. That's a beautiful scalp, though. Even for the guy who entered at 1900, you got 20 pips. Love is monetized, man. Fucking Valentine's Day. See all these simps? See all these simps out here and buying OnlyFans? I guess that's not love. That's more sex, right? OnlyFans, like, I guess that's more like a sexual monetization. Lust. Yeah, good. Yeah, James, you're right. That's lust. That's lust. That's not love. But still, all these simps, man. If anybody got an OnlyFans membership, fucking press X on the stream right now. Yo, why did the viewer count just go down by 10? These 10 mans had OnlyFans? Thank you, Dean. I agree with you, Dean. I like the way you think. I like the way you think, Dean. The gold target is 1897 for the 50 pips if we get that 50 pips. Right now we're respecting this minor bearish structure. So hopefully gold just keeps like creeping down and goes down to 1897. The fuck? Hey from France, bonjour. Comment t'appelles-tu? You like that? Je suis trading FOREX. GJ about to break 0.200. Now we're gonna extend this structure that we're playing with here, right? And for those who think the sells are gone, if we break 0.200, come down to 136, take it back down. Je suis refugee. But we're reacting right at 0.200 right now. GJ paid for your OnlyFans subscription yesterday. That's good. That's good. Money well spent then for simps. You'll never catch me simping. Never. GJ, we're gonna watch reactions if we break below 136.200. Next spot is 136 flat. Correct, Chad. How many courses did I take? Bro, AJ, you'd be surprised how many guys got girlfriends and still are simps for like. Hey, shut up there about Sean Lee. I don't take no astral courses. Sean Lee's a crackhead. Sean Lee does meth. Sean Lee for sure does meth. George, what price are you in your GJ sell from? Yo, you guys are really tarnishing my name, guessing what courses I took, eh? Daniel Savage course, Sean Lee's course. I will never take a course with somebody whose hairline was just receding at the age of 22. I ain't trusted no 22-year-old bald man. All right, fuck that. Damn, you guys are tarnishing my name. Q Banks course. I remember when Q Banks made I'm not an OnlyFans. I remember when Q Banks made a GoFundMe when he crashed his account 3 years ago when he first started Wall Street Academy and deleted all proof of that. He said his 100K account that he deposited using course money got hacked, and somehow the hackers who hacked his account, they didn't take the money. Guess what they did? They started trading and crashing his account. So he said he made a GoFundMe for that and said, please help me get back. I got hacked. Gee, trust me, he did. He made a GoFundMe for his cousin before, just because his cousin was ambitious but doesn't have capital. Like, what the fuck? This is not what this is for. This is terrible. The only trading group I ever paid for and I was ever in, and you guys can quote me on this, was $300 or was it 400 for FOREX family in 2017, October 2017. I've never paid for another course. I've never been in another mentor's chat. I've never done any other formal courses or bullshit like that. I was in FOREX family with Rakil, Wakar guys, all these guys, Ted in 2017 days, and then that's it. I never took another course. I never joined no signals. I tried free signals and shit like that. Stupid shit, you know. GJ, we're seeing some sellers exhaustion short term at 136.2. Daniel Savage is a marketer. Daniel Savage is nothing but a marketer. He is not an institutional trader. Lambo Raul is not an institutional trader. They get all their money from Lambo Raul's dad, where Lambo Raul's dad is a celebrity dentist. Lambo Raul's dad is already a millionaire. Where do you think all their cars come from? The houses. It's from him. He's a fucking celebrity dentist in Miami. You can Google him. He brings in like 3 million a year. Yeah, you guys don't know Dr. G Smile? You don't kill me. This guy, Smile, Dr. Raul Gonzalez. This is Lambo Raul's dad, who owns this, who does this celebrity dentistry in. Fuck's sakes, yo, stupid thing. Dr. G Smiles, man. This guy, he has more followers. He has 1 million followers. This is his dad. You guys didn't know this? I got dirt on everybody. I got dirt on Daniel Savage. I got dirt on Asian session traders. I got dirt on Iron Man. All these markers. I got so much dirt on everybody. But if I release it, everybody says, "Oh, you're a hater. Oh man, you're a fucking hater. You're a hater." Dr. G Smile. I don't have a fucking Instagram anymore. But the Lambos you'll see if you go on his old posts, this is Raul's dad. Look at him, man. He's got 1 million followers. His business brings in like 3 million a year. You'll see him comment on all of Daniel Savage and his things posts. You'll see him comment on his posts. Go to their posts right now on IG. You'll see him commenting on it. They ain't no fucking traders. Gold giving that pullback. GJ also, we're seeing that exhaustion by sellers at these lows on 0.200. Yeah. And Dr. G Smile's brother, he owns an exotic car dealership. So what makes them a fraud is all these cars that they show, all this money that they show, right? It's not from trading. It's not from profits in trading. It's from their family already being rich. So that's all. That's why it's like a fault. It's like selling a fake dream, right? But I have so much dirt on all these people, but I just don't say anything because then people are like, "Oh, you're a hater. Oh man, you're just talking shit." Nah, Daniel Savage is the real. He's 22 and he's mastered the financial markets that people spend 20 years to master. Like, come on, yo, use common sense. Now they're broker. They're just going to be. Daniel isn't related to him, but they still do business together. Daniel Savage has a picture buying or leasing a car from Raul's dad's brother. You know what I mean? So yeah. Oh, Monty did a stream raid. Monty's raiding the stream. Tell Monty I said I hate him. No, I'm kidding. I gave him good feedback. We're just talking about Monty, guys. So what we took advantage of, if you guys want to rewatch the stream, anybody from Monty's stream, is these GJ cells. Okay? So let's just break it down for Monty's stream. All right? What we saw at the start of the session was that we were developing lower time frame bullish market structure, right? We were rejecting this 136.58 1 minute highs, and we were also breaking above minor bearish market structure with rejections at these 1 minute lows. So we created trade ideas where we were either going to take buy scalps with buys above 136.5. We're going to take buy scalps if we fail to break below this structure, fail to break below 136.5, and broke above 136.58 1 minute highs. We were going to take these buy scalps up, right? But we did not get these confirms. Instead, we got the confirms we needed for sells. All right. So, what was our sell scalp idea? Well, now that you're asking, we needed a break. So we just create this checklist for ourselves with our confirms. Once we've already understood, first of all, we already have our intraday analysis, okay? We're already in a GJ sell bias from Sunday. We're looking for upside to 137 and then sells down and sells below 136.5, okay? So our sell confirms for the scalp was 1, break of minor bullish structure. Break and retest below 136.5. Fail to break 1 minute highs. Market fear continues. US dollar was holding strength and Japanese yen is holding strength, as well as UK equities were weak. So showing us investor sentiment around GBP was on the negative side, right? So you can see we got a break of the minor bullish market structure, which we had identified here on the lower time frame. We got a break below our higher time frame key level 136.500, And then once we made this base low, we got a pullback at London Open around the pre-London candle, right? And a retest at 136.5. And then we took the sells at this 1 minute candle in the stream, down 30 pips to 0.200. All right. Stream, private chat, normal refugee chat. I want my refugee chat members. Let Monty's people know that we don't take 40-minute coffee breaks. No, I'm just kidding. Let Monty's people know that about the GU sells that played for 20 pips, EU sell idea, the Dow Jones sell for 40 points, the gold sell below 1902, break and retest below 1902, break of the bullish lower time frame structure, equities are weaker, dollar was bullish, break of the bullish structure, bear structure developing, break and retest below 1902, sells down to 1898. Okay. So that was the gold analysis called for safe sells. That was the GJ sell scalp analysis and what we executed on, looking at the buyers and seller strength. Bizzle, get your refugee ass out of my chat. Hit X on the stream and get the fuck out. Is that what you wanted? Man, see what I mean? People come in this chat to get abused. This guy said, "Can you please cuss at me to start my day off?" No, we take entries and we observe price action in lower time frame market structure on the 1 minute, because the 1 minute allows you to see reaction, rejection, exhaustion, momentum the fastest, because you have 60 seconds worth of price data every minute. All right. So first we do our intraday analysis, which we already discussed at the start of the stream. I recommend everybody watch the start of the stream, but we already had our intraday analysis. This is from Sunday, okay? So we had the upside move to 137, around 137, 137.1, and then the sells down. So our intraday analysis of buys is playing out. So now we just did that continuation of the sells below 136.500, but for entries and to observe price action, we watched the 1 minute. So that's what we do there. And if you guys want more information about how I trade on the 1 minute or how I trade, you can watch these free webinars that we usually do. And you, of course, have all of these videos on the Capital Hungry YouTube channel, right? You have all of these. You have educational webinars, webinars on technicals, fundamental concepts, webinars on scalping, swing trading, intraday, psychology webinars. You can watch Scalping 101 part 1 to 4 and get a lot of information, plus these live streams. I also do these live streams a couple times a week, you know? So our confirms for the GJ sells, fundamentally and technically, were the Japanese yen holding strength because market fear was stronger. UK equities also bearish as FTSE 100 on the UK stock market exchange was down, right? Market fear was looking stronger as US dollar and yen were bearish, as I said. And of course, following our intraday analysis of sells below 136.500. And of course, all of these confirms. So as we started to have these confirms develop, we went down our checklist and checked them off. We observed the lower time frame price action for entry points the fastest. This was the higher risk sell entry we gave, and then we took that 30 pips down. Somebody said, "Did you get bullied?" Oh, that guy. Hey, man, you can't get mad at me for saying that roast when somebody says, "Jeeve, can you please cuss me so I can start my day?" It's just a banter. Listen, we're going to do a lot of banter. We're trading corrupt ass financial markets. You think in the trading pits in banks 20 years ago, 30 years ago, these guys were talking to each other nice? No, we're trading real world money markets here. Yeah, we're going to be yelling and swearing sometimes. What the fuck? Like, relax. What are you guys so soft for? God damn. Somebody says, "Did you get bullied in school?" I was actually the popular kid to ruin your day. No, okay. So yeah, now what we're looking for New York is just a potential continuation and retest of this structure into play this lower time frame bear structure. So if we have a break below 0.200 psychological price level right now, and we continue down to our target 136 by pre New York and New York hours, if we get a pullback to 136.2, this is a great nether sell entry area to play with this lower time frame structure. All right. If you guys can see the real-time streaming headlines to the left, and we have not had significant headlines overnight. Yes, capital hungry refugees. Have you guys been fed? A-Rod confirmed yes. My market refugees. Have you guys been fed? Chew, you got fed? You got fed? W, yeah, you guys are fed? You guys are fed? The refugees, you guys are ready to take your damaged boats back on the market ocean and look for survival until the next stream starts. Gold in the bag. Good job on gold. You closed it at this low point from. Did you enter at 1902, Chew? And where'd you close? Like around this low point? 1906. Damn, you entered at the break of the retest of structure. Hey, that was a good confirms as well. Good job, bro. 1900. Oh, to down here. Fahad called a great trade there too for that gold sell. There's nothing wrong with trading Mondays and Fridays, but you have to understand in trading psychologically there's many factors of your trading that you cannot control, such as the market moves, news headlines, so many tens of different things, right? But what you have to do to find long-term success and have discipline is take control of many aspects in your trading as you can. So have some discipline of when you trade, why you trade, how you trade, and have some rules around it, right? Because the market is always going to be here. There's always going to be opportunity to trade. It doesn't matter if there's a war. We just saw this year that it doesn't matter if there's a fucking pandemic. The market's still moving. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's Brexit. It doesn't matter if it's a war a year from now. It doesn't matter if it's another economic crash. The market is going to keep moving. So that means there's always opportunity to make money. But your capital will not always be here. There is potential to lose all your capital if you're not smart. Okay? GJ is looking like it can give a bit of a squeeze down right now just because of the rejections we're getting. But it would be ideal to wait for the pullback to retest the structure point and then come back down, or wait for the clean break of 0.200 and then the retest of the psychological price level. Don't try to guess a break. Don't try to hope for a break. Too many people try to buy at the top or sell at the bottom based on hope and prayers, and it never works out. But I need a washroom break. So here we go. We reviewed these fundamental points, and we understood that markets were more fearful through New York session to start off the week. So we played that market fear and uncertainty with US dollar strength, Japanese yen strength, and of course risk currencies being weaker through London session. There's still global COVID cases spiking and increasing, US stimulus uncertainty and Brexit uncertainty that still lingers. There were no economic events through London session, so there was nothing for us to monitor as per economic data, but there is US durable goods report at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, the US consumer confidence at 10 a.m. Eastern. There were a few European Union speakers over the night, but they didn't have any impact on the markets. Fairly neutral comments were said. Don't forget your mental reminders here. Yeah, gold broke above this minor structure. What we were watching here, we were looking at this main structure anyways. I didn't even mean to highlight that. I was just saying we're playing in this minor structure. But gold looking like it's going to give a cleaner retest of 1902. So because this structure is more prominent. But yeah, mental reminders. Don't crash your accounts. Stream reminders if you want to get in any contact, etc., etc. So now I'm just going to be right back. We'll just keep it on gold for now. We're going to be streaming for about another 20-30 minutes. The live terminals, I show all the stuff in my Capital Hungry analysis chat as well. I've never had a My FX book because I never managed money or did any managing of other people's money or signals or anything along those lines. I always had this free analysis chat that I ran for free at the start. But everything, all the trades I do take, I usually do send in here. Any trades I take are sent in here with like obviously live proof, whatever it is. And this has been going on since 2019. I just don't like to show my whole account balance and my account information, my full legal passport name, my account number, my account balance, and all of that stuff to the public world, right? Because this is a YouTube public stream. I don't want to show all that information to everybody. But yeah, this is that free analysis chat where I started sharing trades from over a year ago. This is April 2019. So you can see the trades I took from April 2019 down to like recently. This is just a free analysis chat here. I remember a guy named Mahmoud. He was an angry guy who traded Wyckoff. Mahmoud. Yeah, so that's like a year. This is a year's where all this chat was. All this chat was like when I first like this is just a free chat. You guys can find it right here. So all the free YouTube webinars you guys can watch and learn from. And then this is the free Telegram chat, analysis chat, the Capital Hungry Twitter, which posts headlines you guys can follow and all that stuff as well. But yeah, through my trading journey, I shared my analysis, fundamental updates, and technical trade ideas and everything through this free chat when I started out, like sharing information in 2019. And I was never like shy or anything. Like I didn't care about like showing that I started making $100 or penny lots or like or taking small lots because it's a part of the journey, right? But yeah, you could scroll through here forever. Yeah, I'm not shy or anything. So I was never like scared to like show that I was using smaller lots or what I was doing or the trades I was taking. But that was a year ago. Then you see like, you know what I mean? This is May, but like same, you see the if you scroll through this, you can see how my trading journey has progressed and what I have learned and what I have shared if you want to. Did you start with 0.01 loss? I just showed you that. I just showed you April 2019 to like this year where I was making like $100 a trade to $1,000 a day to like a few $1,000s in a night. And like there's video proof of the terminals. Real tags, analysis webinars. But yeah, I started from penny lots. Oh yeah, this was one of the best months I had in May. Was this $20,000 month? That was one of the best months I had. But yeah, it's not like I'm just posting the profit. You'd be posting the analysis, the webinars, and everything else as well, right? Oh yeah, the Canadian interest rate. That was a beautiful grab. The Canadian interest rate. I remember that one. That was right from our key level. But after I got off Instagram because there was too much drama in the trading community, you know what I mean? Then I really I didn't have anywhere to post the trades and profits, so I just shared it with my private chat, like in this banter chat. Like I'll just share trades I take in here. Like we'll just any trades we take, we'll just send what we take in here. I always take my entries off the 1 minute chart, correct? Yeah, the banter chat like in our private service. Because I'm not on social media anymore. You know what I mean? Like I'm not on IG. I'm not like I stopped advertising Capital Hungry. I just started doing these free streams to get some exposure for Capital Hungry and also see like how many viewers and stuff I would get and if people would like it. No, my Instagram got deleted because I used to post videos. I temporarily deactivated it and took a break, and I used to post videos like this, like central banking corruption. You are a debt slave, and I and I used to like talk about corrupt political leaders and how corrupt the financial markets are, and like tag Boris Johnson or tag Trump. So then they like flagged my account for political propaganda, and that account was I had like 15K followers on that account. Like me and Rakeel used to post every day. Me and Wix don't lie. I would be on his New York live streams. He would give me shout outs and stuff like that. So yeah, me and Rakeel know each other in real life, so we're good friends. No, this is not a significant break of 0.200 just yet. It's only about 4 pips. And that was a new 15-minute candle that was just opening up. I would wait for this hourly candle now, just in 13 minutes. Yeah, but now I'll be back. Any questions, just leave in the chat. We don't ban anybody. We don't block trolls. We answer questions how you guys want us to. Unmute you guys? What do you mean? Why? What do you want to say? I don't think they can hear you. I don't think they can hear you through the Zoom chat though. But I'll do it. But don't play anything copyright or some shit. You can't play any copyright stuff. Yeah, now I'll just be right back. Any questions you guys have about technicals, fundamentals, psychology, any questions you have about me, just leave it in the chat and I'll answer it in about 5 or 10 minutes when I come back. Okay, coming towards 6 a.m. Eastern now. Stream's been going on for like 4+ hours. Just gonna answer these last few questions. Is Ted scary in real life? No, Ted, Rakeel, and I have popped a lot of bottles at Toronto clubs together. No, the way you know how he, I know what you're thinking about eggnogs, like how he's like seems like a moody old man on the New York streams. No, Ted's actually really chill. Ted and I are close friends. Yeah, Ted's tall. Ted is tall, easily like 6'5". Yeah, Raja's only 5'2". No, Raja's also like 6 foot, 6'2", probably 6'1". Raja and I are not related. I would fight Raja. Tell him that. So these are just no questions about. Okay, so no more questions about any fundamentals or technicals. No questions about any of the trade ideas we took. No questions as we didn't have any significant headlines or economic data. No questions about gold, GJ, GU, EURUSD, US30, USCAD we stayed out of. Dollar is still fairly mixed, but it does have bullish potential if it breaks these previous intraday highs. Obviously, it did reject at. Do you trade liquidity or order blocks? I guess I would say both. The profits you showed seem extreme. 200 pips using 0.1. What are you talking about? The 0.1 trades? Are you talking about when I first started up here? Where, let me see what you're talking about. 200 pips on a point like here? This is gold, man. Look at these gold trades like this. Gold does like 100, 200 pips, no problem. Why do you think that's like I had losses, of course, too, but why do you think that's impossible? These aren't thousands of dollars in profits. This is like around 100 pips this position, 50 pips this position, 100 pips. And these entries, they're not individual trades, CY. So let's just say in reality, no, one, you don't know my account balance. Two, these aren't individual winning trades. This isn't like one gold trade, two gold trade, three gold trade. This is probably about a 0.3 in one position area, just three separate positions. Like look at the entry prices up to the left, right? Your stops don't have to be huge. Your stops depend on market structure, right? I don't understand. Yeah. And gold, and that's a good point, Alex. Gold was not as crazy volatile like in the 12 when it was in the 1200s, you know what I mean? But like um like for example, see this gold sell a 0.01 from 1293. It's getting taken at previous intraday rejection points and at a bearish market structure retest, right? This was the gold analysis. This is where we were taking the sells down from this retest and this corrective action, right? So my initial stop was just above this wick, which is only 15 pips. So and then once I was in profit, I put my stop in profit. And then that's it. What do you mean? Just let the trade run. Look at like this target from here to here is 100 pips from 92 to 93, just back to the intraday low. And if it goes down to 85, even more, right? So these entries, these 0.1s, what I used to do was I would have multiple entries. I would take multiple 0.1 or small lot entries. So let's just say in one gold position, when I first started with the amount of capital I had, it was like 5K or something like that. I was taking like 0.3 lot at one time. And then I would close some in profit and then leave a runner possibly. You know what I mean? For example, like that. Like this is that same trade. And obviously when I was using smaller lots, because I still made good money from my job, I had more patience to hold. But this is like the same trade. We're just watching it go down, playing the bearish market structure. My initial stop was above this wick. Right? Like, and then that's it. The trade completed at 85, key level, and I closed out. These are the same gold trades. If you look at the position entries, some of these are like just a few points away from each other, right? So it's not like I took 100 gold trades and won 100 individual trades. Some of these were multiple positions for one singular gold plan or trade. You get what I'm saying? Where like in that trade, I'd probably be like a 0.5 total, divided up. So I would just leave a position runner. The losses are there. It's just organized. It's just organized for that marketing reason at that time. But the losses are just, you just scroll down on that video. Or like I show it while the trades are still active. Like, see what I mean? This is when I started stacking more. But then I just leave a runner once I have the limits and stuff set up. But yeah. If you think gold's been hard to trade, are you trying to scalp it? See why? Like, cause gold, if you zoom out on gold here and you look at the reactions to these key levels and you play these ranges, like these are hundreds and hundreds of pip ranges. And it's not like the market stopped changing the way it reacts. For example, you still have, when a high is peaked, buyers react at those previous highs. And these key levels, the private chat will tell you, these price levels are cheat codes. These have been the same price levels for like a extended period of at least a year and a half we've been using now in gold. Let me see if that 1200 level. Oh, I don't have it marked out here. It's too many. But these are the same price points we've been using for an extended period of time. Gold's still below 1902. This looks like it's about to melt. Yeah, these gold levels are like cheat codes, these higher time frame key levels, because you watch the reactions on the lower time frame at these price points. Like, look at this sell-off from 1929. Right? You have a sell-off straight to 1912. You get a pullback, sell-off straight to 1902, pullback 1897. Like, it plays the key levels very well. But like, that's too much to show right now and explain. Let me give you guys some homework. How about that? Maybe that will help your... Maybe that, Seabass, I'll send you that. Let me give you guys some homework before I go. Maybe that will help you out. All right, ready? Okay, go to, you don't have to pay a dime for this. Write this down. You guys better write this down, because I'm not gonna write it down right now. Ready? Spotting key levels. Don't worry about that. You'll find it out. I still have the... No, I don't. All right. Go to the Capital Hungry YouTube. I'm going to give you a list right now of what to watch in what order to start. Okay? Write this list down. I want to see you guys write this list down in the chat after and copy and paste it. Okay? Because I'm not going to keep it in my mind. Number 1. Let's start off with... Should we start off with psychology? But y'all got low IQ. So you guys... If I start off with psychology, then you guys won't pay attention. I need to keep you guys interested. Okay, first, I'm just kidding. First, let's start off with the Scalping 101 series, okay? First, start off by watching Scalping 101 Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, and Part 4. All right, write that down. Watch Scalping 101 to Part 4. Okay? Then to learn about some of the basic market movers, watch to learn about some of the fundamental side, watch this corrupt central banking system, this crude oil breakdown, and this gold breakdown, as well as greatest transfer of wealth. So scalping 1 to 4, then corrupt central banking, crude oil, gold and trading, greatest transfer of wealth, and the timeline of GBPJPY. All right? Then, after that, come watch this psychology webinar on normalizing losses in trading. Write this down. So we have scalping 1 to 4. We have corrupt central banking corruption, crude oil breakdown, gold in trading, the greatest transfer of wealth, and a timeline of GBP fundamentally. Okay? Then watch this webinar on normalizing losses, the psychology webinar. Okay? Then come watch this webinar. Chart High episode 3 and Chart High episode 4. Wicks Don't Lie is in this one. These two psychology webinars. All right? Then watch these analysis breakdowns. Dow Jones fundamental analysis, GBP JPY fundamental and technical analysis, and gold fundamental and technical analysis. All right. But this is the order. This is the order. This is the recommended order I give you guys. After that, watch one of the live streams. Watch any one of the 6 live streams. Okay? If you do this and you take notes while you're doing that, right? You'll have a good understanding of a bit of technical of the style of scalping, intraday basics. You'll have a good idea of lower time frame price action, market structure. You'll have a good idea of some fundamental pillars like the central banking system, gold, oil, trading psychology. You'll have a good idea about all this. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Vi's duality. I was thinking if psychology should be number 1. The normalizing losses. This one should be the first webinar, in my opinion. And then after you watch the analysis videos, just watch some of the live streams. Even if you watch some of the EJ analysis, GCAD analysis, gold analysis, it'll tell you a lot. All right. Okay, so if there's no more questions, I think we've covered everything we discussed. Let's just do a recap here of the sheet of paper. We discussed our key. We recapped our this was like 4 hours ago now. First, we recapped all of our intraday analysis to see if our macro bias is still valid across these pairs, which it was. We watched news headlines actively overnight, but there was nothing too significant. We highlighted key fundamental points. We understood what economic events we have going on. We dissected market sentiment and understood that markets were still more fearful as we had UK equities fairly bearish, Dow Jones was flat, German equities were fairly flat, and at that time, US dollar was holding strength as a safe haven currency. We did lower time frame analysis across our pairs and mapped out trade ideas to take advantage of. We waited for these confirms to start to develop and looked for execution points. We discussed about psychology webinars. We discussed about, psychology reminders, mental reminders, bantered about life. I think this was a pretty productive, good stream. And I'm going to call it a night here. It's been like 4 hours now. All right. So thank you, private chat. Thank you, YouTube chat. If you guys enjoy this content, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Share the channel around, of course. I will be doing these more often as well. I will send updates on the Twitter. Make sure you follow the Capital Hungry Twitter to get news headlines while the stream is not going on. It's not as many news headlines, of course, as the Capital Hungry News Terminal, which is only for private members you see on the left, but it's still a lot more resourceful than like Forex Factory and a lot of other areas, And then the Telegram free analysis chat, those YouTube videos. And if you want more than that, then you have to go to capitalhungry.com. Okay? So thank you. And yeah, we'll do this again shortly. Don't forget to watch the previous streams, and then also review this and take notes of what we're taking advantage of. All right.